Chapter 2497. Those who didn't know would definitely scoff when they heard Li Jing's pagoda. Who was Li Jing? What was so special about his pagoda that he dared to exchange it for the geographical map of mountains and rivers? But as long as they knew who Li Jing was, they would never have such an idea. Li Jing was just a name. He had another name among the people, called the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. He had another identity. He was Neza's father. Yang Chen had seen Li Jing in the immortal beheading platform. Li Jing was personally beheaded by Yang Chen. However, there was no Li Jing's magic weapon in the immortal beheading platform. Needless to say, this pagoda must have fallen into the hands of a master of the Zhao family. To be honest, not to mention the issue of position, the Zhao family was willing to exchange Li Jing's pagoda for Gong Xuanling's geographical map of mountains and rivers. They were quite sincere. At least in their own opinion. When the experts of the ghost sect heard the news, they were completely dumbfounded. The Zhao family's generosity was simply incredible. They were even willing to take out the pagoda of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. It was hard not to be shocked. Of course, this also meant that they had absolutely no way to survive. As long as Yang Chen and the Zhao family's deal was successful, they would be the best targets to sacrifice. It sounds very sincere, but it's not enough. Yang Chen shook his head directly, and without waiting for the other party to refute, he immediately said the reason: help my Chunyang Palace to gain a foothold, and put in many masters. In the future, whether this Chunyang Palace will be Chunyang Palace or an affiliated sect of the Zhao family is not easy to say. In addition, using the geographical map of mountains and rivers to exchange for the pagoda of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, you have gained a great deal. Yang Chen gave a direct answer: it's too much of a loss, no deal. Although Yang Chen refused to cooperate, the people of the Zhao family did not fall out. On the contrary, they looked very happy. The people of the ghost sect didn't understand why for a while, but immediately understood. Yang Chen refused not because of everyone's hostile attitude, but because the conditions given by the Zhao family did not meet. In other words, it was just a matter of price, not closing all the doors of negotiation. This was easy to handle. It was nothing more than a matter of increasing the price and bargaining. To be honest, these masters of the Zhao family really didn't want the negotiation to fail. Once it failed, they would inevitably fight. Who knew how powerful the mountain river geographical map of the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm would be? Even an infinite tribulation true immortal would feel anxious when facing such a magic treasure. Well said, well said. The leader of the Zhao family said with a smile, it's normal for Grandmaster Yang to feel indebted. Why don't you tell me what kind of compensation you want? You don't have to worry about the sect's matters. Yang Chen looked very serious as he stated his request with a straight face: if you want the geographical map of the mountains and rivers, just give me and my wives a magic treasure each. Including Li Jing's pagoda that I mentioned just now, I just need a few more. At this moment, Yang Chen was acting like a very enthusiastic businessman. It was as if the other party had taken the initiative to deliver a knife to him and was about to pick it up and start a massacre. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the people of the Zhao family knew that Yang Chen was planning to make a big deal out of them. But that was fine too. It was definitely worth it to exchange some magic treasures for the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. Not to mention a few magic treasures from the immortal realm. Even if he emptied the Zhao family's treasure vault, it would be worth it. The Vajra ring made by the Dao ancestor, the one called the Vajra chakram, the 7-star sword, the banana fan, the refined golden rope, the jade bottle, and the treasure gourd. Yang Chen counted with his fingers. And the 8 trigrams furnace of universe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Including Li Jing's pagoda, there are 8 magic treasures in total. One hand over the magic treasures, and the geographical map of the mountains and rivers. I'm not greedy, just these 8 are enough. From the beginning of hearing Yang Chen say the name of the first magic weapon, the masters of the Zhao family were directly in a state of sluggishness. When Yang Chen finished the names of the 8 magic weapons, he also said that he was not greedy. The masters of the Zhao family almost directly spat out old blood. This was not greedy. Then what was greedy? The Zhao clan's experts, who had been looking forward to this deal, almost suffered internal injuries from holding back their anger. They'd seen shameless people before, but they'd never seen someone as shameless as this. He proposed such heaven-defying conditions, and still dared to say he wasn't greedy. The people of the Spectral Soul sect were also stunned by Yang Chen's words. Aside from Li Jing's pagoda, all of the magic treasures Yang Chen mentioned were exquisite magic treasures made by the Dao ancestor. If the Zhao family could get their hands on these magic treasures, they would have long since taken control of the heavenly court and dominated the immortal world. Why would they need to cooperate with Yang Chen? Even the profound Heaven sect didn't dare say they had complete control of these magic treasures. How could the Zhao family, a family that had always been hiding in the dark, shamelessly say they had? Yang Chen's conditions were like slapping the Zhao family in the face. No matter how well-mannered the experts of the Zhao family were, they were infuriated by Yang Chen's teasing conditions. If he wanted to make conditions, he should have made them seriously. What was the point of making a joke? Several people stared at Yang Chen with eyes full of killing intent, as if they wanted to cut Yang Chen into pieces. What are you doing? When I killed the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, you guys were hiding and shivering in fear. Yang Chen picked his ear disdainfully and said with contempt, I've killed more tribulation true immortals than you've ever seen. Do you think I'm afraid of your eyes? What are you staring at? It seems that Master Yang is not sincere in cooperating with us. The leading infinite tribulation true immortal of the Zhao family sighed regretfully and said, we were serious about cooperating with you, but Master Yang took our kindness for granted. It seems that Master Yang still has something to rely on. What a pity. The Zhao family's tribulation true immortal shook his head again and looked around. As he looked around, more than 20 people appeared in 4 directions, each of them releasing their own soaring qi. The people of the Ghost sect all wailed in their hearts. These people were all tribulation true immortals. No matter how powerful Yang Chen's family was, so what? More than 30 tribulation true immortals could definitely kill more than 40 people of the Yang family. Not to mention that there were more than 100 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. This time, the Zhao family had sent such a force to deal with Yang Chen's family, who had just ascended. They definitely attached great importance to this matter. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control and a massacre was about to begin, the experts of the Ghost sect closed their eyes in despair. Just looking at the number of people, they had lost the will to resist. Yang Chen, I know who I am. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter rang in everyone's ears. Then, a very luxuriously dressed woman appeared beside Yang Chen. Chapter 2498. As soon as the woman appeared, Yang Chen and the other women didn't care. Her voice was so familiar that they knew who she was. But the experts of the Zhao family and the Ghost sect were all startled. Who was this woman? Where did she come from? These cultivators immediately thought of a possibility, that was, this woman had always been in Yang Chen's space magic treasure, or in the geographical map of Mountain River. Listening to the woman's words, it seemed that she could remember who she was before. This could also explain why an ascended expert would rather hide in Yang Chen's space magic treasure than outside. An expert who couldn't remember anything would definitely not want to run around. If they were Yang Chen, they would also not want such an expert to run around without any memory. When they looked at the woman's cultivation, all the cultivators, including Yang Chen's family, were startled. An infinite tribulation true immortal. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already guessed it, so they recovered from the shock. But the Zhao family was not like this. Basically, an infinite tribulation true immortal was the peak of cultivation. Yang Chen had never heard of anything higher than that, even though he had made many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal friends in his previous life. Moreover, after an infinite tribulation true immortal passed the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal tribulation, it was basically impossible to tell his cultivation level from the outside. But the more it was like this, the more dangerous it was. Because among the infinite tribulation true immortals, there were little genuine immortals who had just passed the tribulation, and there were also those genuine immortals who had passed the tribulation for tens of thousands of years. It was really hard to know the fighting capacity of a genuine immortal. This was the feeling that Madame Bai gave off. They knew that she was an infinite tribulation true immortal, but they did not know her real cultivation level. This was the most difficult part. I know who I am. Madam Bai, who was wearing a veil, was very excited. This was the second time she said this sentence. Her excited look made Yang Chen feel happy for her. Madam Bai, who was so happy, did not care about the experts of the Zhao family and the ghost sect at all. She just shouted at her acquaintances. Gaou, Gong Sunling, and the others gathered around and congratulated Madam Bai. They didn't care about the danger in front of them at all. That heartless bastard. He left me alone in the spirit world for so long. When I find him, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. Madam Bai hadn't been so happy in a long time. Not only did she remember who she was, but she also remembered who her husband was. She chatted happily with the other women. However, when Yang Chen and the other women heard Madam Bai's excited words, they found it funny and even laughed along with her, not daring to respond to her. Everyone knew who Madam Bai's wife was. Madam Bai could very arrogantly say that she wanted to teach him a lesson. That was her hobby. If Yang Chen and the others dared to join in, they would definitely be taught a terrible lesson by Ancestor Lu. While Madam Bai and the girls were chatting happily, the faces of the experts of the Zhao family and the ghost sect darkened. The people of the ghost sect were fine. They were already desperate. Whether Yang Chen agreed to cooperate with the Zhao family or not, they were doomed. Their only chance was to kidnap one or two of Yang Chen's women before the Zhao family and force Yang Chen to agree to some conditions in exchange for their lives. But the Zhao family had more than 30 experts of the true immortal realm. It was not a problem for them to kill Yang Chen's family easily. At this time, shouldn't Yang Chen's family be sweating and thinking of ways to escape as if they were facing a formidable enemy? How could they chat so happily with a woman of the true immortal realm? They could chat, but they didn't take the more than 30 experts of the true immortal realm of the Zhao family seriously at all. They acted as if there was no one else around them. Which of the true immortals of the true immortal realm who came here was not treated like an ancestor by their families? When had they ever been treated so coldly? If they could tolerate it, what else could they not? Did they really think that a shameful woman could save them from danger? Master Yang, is this what you're relying on? The leading expert of the Zhao family carefully looked at Madam Bai, who was wearing a veil, for a long time. Finally, he said with a fierce face, I have to say, Master Yang, you've made a very regrettable decision. As he spoke, the experts of the Zhao family began to approach slowly. All the experts released their qi power, and the overwhelming pressure concentrated on the ship where Yang Chen's family was gathered. If it were an ordinary cultivator who had just ascended, he would have been scared out of his wits or even fainted by the surging qi power and pressure. Unfortunately, the Zhao family made a mistake. They encountered Yang Chen's family this time. Yang Chen's divine sense cultivation had reached the early stage of the true immortal realm, and the women's divine sense cultivation had also been improved to the peak of the zenith heaven golden immortal by Yang Chen's divine sense dual cultivation. The pressure of the divine sense alone was useless against Yang Chen's family. However, the unceremonious and even murderous qi power and pressure annoyed Madam Bai. For so many years, Madam Bai did not remember who she was. In the spiritual realm, she had been locked in a tomb by her lover for tens of thousands of years. When she finally remembered who she was sharing the fun of teaching that heartless man a lesson with these bosom friends who were not her maids. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a group of guys. Madam Bai's anger suddenly exploded. The resentment accumulated for tens of thousands of years was being shared and vented with her girlfriends. The guys who suddenly jumped out to disturb the situation were naturally guilty, especially when these guys also planned to kill Yang Chen and the women. It was even more hopeless. Shut up. Just as Yang Chen gave the Zhao family a thumbs up and admired them for daring to treat Madam Bai like this, Madam Bai rebuked them angrily. No one saw how Madam Bai attacked. She just stretched out her hand, and the leading expert of the Zhao family, who had just spoken, paused. Then, a red light flew toward Madam Bai. Yang Chen was shocked. He quickly moved to block the attack, but the next moment, Yang Chen stopped moving. His body was already in front of Madam Bai, but it did not stop the red light from advancing. At this time, Everyone saw clearly that the red light was not an offensive treasure. It was the head of the leading expert of the Zhao family. It was a fresh and bloody head. The leading Zhao family's body was still standing, but his head had been taken away by Madame Bai using some unknown method. Even Yang Chen did not see what treasure Madame Bai had used, nor did he see what method she had used. A slender hand grabbed the bun on the head, looked at it, and threw it to the side with disdain. Then, the hand patted Yang Chen's shoulder, who had already arrived in front of her. She praised Yang Chen, "Little guy, your filial piety is commendable. When you see that heartless man, I will ask him to reward you." Then, the slender hand pointed at the shocked and terrified Zhao family members and ordered, "Kill them all." Chapter 2499. Countless vicious curses arose in the hearts of these experts. Of course, the target of their curses was the Golden Immortal who had instigated everyone to come out and do this. The ghost sect was a demonic sect, so they would not feel any moral pressure. However, because of the Golden Immortal's bewitchment, they had fallen into a dead end. If not him, who should they curse? Was this a problem? Who would want to die? Especially those who had reached the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and had all kinds of good lives waiting for them to enjoy. How could they want to die? The experts of the ghost sect were ready to die, but the next moment, an even more incredible scene appeared. As Madame Bai gave the order, hundreds of women suddenly appeared around Yang Chen. As soon as these women appeared, they immediately rushed out and began to attack. The Golden Immortal of the ghost sect thought he knew Yang Chen very well. He had investigated for a long time in the spiritual realm, but he still could not figure out where these tribulation true immortals came from. Now, even if Yang Chen was willing to compromise, it would not be good. There were more than 30 tribulation true immortals of the Zhao family. One died, and there were more than 30 left. If they swarmed together, no matter how powerful this woman was, she could fight against 10 people alone, but Yang Chen and the others would definitely be slaughtered. They wanted the Mountain River geographical map. If they killed Gong Sunling, they could get the complete magic treasure. Since the Zhao family attacked, the people of the ghost sect would definitely not be spared. It all depended on who was lucky enough to survive until Madame Bai blocked all the tribulation true immortals. But was it possible? There were not many experts. One had to fight against more than 30 people and protect more than 40 juniors. Even an immortal could not do it. Moreover, the one who attacked was an tribulation true immortal. If the Zhao family succeeded, the people of the ghost sect would definitely die. The problem was that the Zhao family did not succeed. Yang Chen's side won, but the people of the ghost sect would still die. Because it was time for them to pay back for the arrogant words they had said before. On this point, whether it was the immortal realm, the spiritual realm, or the mortal world, it was all the same. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals of the ghost sect did not know who this masked woman was, and they were even angry that she ignored them. No matter how much they regretted it, they had to get rid of the current embarrassment. The leader of the ghost sect had no choice but to say to Yang Chen, "Master Yang, it was a misunderstanding before. It was a secret that they came to block Yang Chen. They did not dare to let people know. It also meant that even if they died, no one would know, and no one would find Yang Chen for revenge. Similarly, if they were imprisoned in the Mountain River geographical map, no one would come out to rescue them. Even if they died, they could only die in the Mountain River geographical map. Even if Yang Chen let them go in the end, that golden immortal would be dead. How could they show their apologies to Grandmaster Yang if they didn't dismember their bodies into 1,000 pieces for daring to trap their seniors in such a big pit? I'm of Master. Of all, of the sect, and, of Chi Master, of world. Of Imoff, of everyone, of the god of the sect cultivators. Before the experts of the ghost sect could figure out the cultivation of these women, the battle was completely over. The number of true immortals of the Zhao clan, including the true immortals of Almighty All-Embracing Heaven and the true immortals of Zenith Heaven who appeared at the beginning, as well as the group of true immortals who appeared later, amounted to nearly 100 people. More than 30 true immortals of Zhao clan were killed in less than 10 breaths of time. But when they saw the Zhao family's expert at the no tribulation true immortal level, who had suppressed them in front of them, was beheaded in an instant, they broke out in a cold sweat out of fear. The people of the ghost sect were actually lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and they knew it clearly. More than 30 true immortals of the Zhao family were enough to make them stay still. Now that there were more than 100 true immortals around Yang Chen, they felt as if there was a mountain pressing on their hearts. All the practitioners who thought they knew about Yang Chen were blind. How could no one know that there were more than 100 true immortals around Yang Chen when he and his family had just ascended? Where did this group of abnormal experts come from? At this time, the experts of the ghost sect finally found out that the 100 women were all true immortals of the Zhao family. In particular, when some of them glanced at the people of the ghost sect intentionally or unintentionally, the coldness in their eyes made all the experts of the ghost sect scared out of their wits. Now, several Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals of the ghost sect were thinking about how to appease Yang Chen's anger. Even if they had to humble themselves and pretend to be obedient, they would accept it. Do you want to live or die? Without waiting for him to say the following words, Yang Chen had already impatiently interrupted his words and asked naked. Fortunately, cultivators were cultivators. They weren't so wishy-washy. When they encountered this kind of moment where they needed to make a decision, they quickly made their choice. No wonder Yang Chen did not care about their threats at all and kept saying that they were not strong enough. At that time, they thought that Yang Chen was stubborn. Now that they thought about it, he really thought that they were not strong enough. Even if they sent out a force 100 times stronger, they would not be a match for him. If you want to die, it's simple. You can kill yourself, or we can help you. Yang Chen did not even intend to give them much time to think about it. If you want to live, it's the same as in the spiritual realm, but it's not up to you when you come out. No one wanted to die, so they could only enter the mountain river geographical map to suffer. Of course, the Golden Immortal who instigated them would not have an easy time after entering. These Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals would take turns to let the Golden Immortal know what a big mistake he had made this time. They would definitely make him cry regret in his sleep. The Golden Immortal who first instigated the experts of the ghost sect to go out was so scared that he trembled. He now hated himself for being so stubborn and greedy. He had obviously received enough lessons in the spiritual realm. How could he still make such a mistake in the immortal realm? Yang Chen made it very clear that if they wanted to live, they had to enter the mountain river geographical map. They would be imprisoned forever and would not be able to come out. When they were in the spiritual realm, the ghost sect, the Ghostian sect, and the others still had the sect to back them up. Now they did not have such a good opportunity. Gong Sunling neatly put the experts of the ghost sect into the mountain river geographical map, together with the corpses of the Zhao family. The spoils of war belonged to Madame Bai and the others, but there were so many corpses of true immortals. Madame Bai and the others did not have much use for them. It was better to throw them into the mountain river geographical map, and they could get dozens of spiritual meridians of true immortal level. The women's actions were clean and efficient, and they showed no mercy. It was as if they were killing chickens instead of killing an infinite tribulation true immortal. Chapter 2500. The appearance and disappearance of the ghost sect and the Zhao family was very secretive. Perhaps the Zhao family still knew what these masters were doing when they disappeared. But the ghost sect had no idea what so many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were doing, or even missing. Maybe many years later, someone would remember that they hadn't seen them for a long time. But at that time, would anyone still find out where they went? The ship continued to move forward, but Madame Bai and several maids appeared. The others still didn't show up. Even Lin Zhengyuan stayed in the Dragon Palace, thinking about how to meet his father. They were still in the Ascension area, and it was not time to leave yet. Of course, Lin Zhengyuan was a smart man. How could he leave before he established a relationship with Madame Bai? Lin Zhengyuan found out about Madame Bai's identity in the spirit realm, so he tried to leave a good impression on her. Now that Madame Bai's memories and cultivation base had recovered, Lin Zhengyuan had to leave a good impression on her as usual before he left. It was a pity that the Zhao family didn't bring the pagoda of the pagoda-bearing king that they had promised to give to Gong Sunling. Maybe they didn't intend to cooperate with Yang Chen from the beginning, and they just wanted to play with Yang Chen's family. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been only 5 tribulation true immortals at the beginning, and then more than 30 true immortals. Going forward, within a few days, Yang Chen saw a place where cultivators gathered. The familiar spiritual pressure in the immortal realm told Yang Chen that they had left the ascension area, and it was time for the girls to report to their respective sect. The place where the cultivators gathered was a reception town similar to the one in the spirit realm. There was always one such reception town around the ascension area, as long as it was tens of thousands of miles away. Basically, as long as the sect was slightly larger, there would be one or two reception disciples in the reception town responsible for guiding the newly ascended juniors. This was the direction of the Taoist sect, so there were more Taoist sects. As long as they entered the reception town, they had to put down their hatred in the spiritual realm and settle it after they left the reception town. However, as long as they entered the reception town, it meant that the newly ascended cultivators were safe. Whether it was the Tao, demon, monster, or rogue cultivator alliance, none of them wanted to see their newly ascended disciples killed, so they definitely made arrangements. Madame Bai, who was getting along well with the ladies, took her leave when she saw the town. They recovered their memories and could go anywhere in the celestial world. Madame Bai had been separated from Ancestor Lu for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, she wished she could fly to Ancestor Lu's side. However, Yang Chen still told Madame Bai about the changes in the heavenly court in detail, including the news that Ancestor Lu had disappeared after the upheaval. Fortunately, Ancestor Lu did not appear on the immortal beheading platform. This was the best news for Madame Bai. Madame Bai would definitely think of ways to find Ancestor Lu, and Yang Chen would definitely not stop her. So far, the Pure Yang Palace was still nothing in the immortal world. It could be said that there was no place for them to hide. They couldn't give any promises to Madame Bai. They could only warn Madame Bai to be careful. Not far from the reception town, more than 1,000 tribulation true immortals left from Yang Chen's team. Just the aura that they deliberately released scared all the cultivators in the reception town out of their wits. Those who were in charge of welcoming the new disciples were just some junior disciples who were familiar with the celestial world. The best among them was just a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. They had never seen such a scene before. This was Madame Bai's way of keeping up appearances for Yang Chen. She wanted to show her strength so that no one would dare to look down on them after they entered the reception town. The cultivators who had experienced all this understood that teaching the new rookies a lesson had always been the rule of the reception town. In the future, with Madame Bai's help, no one would dare to disrespect Yang Chen's team. In the celestial world, neither the cultivation of Golden Immortal nor the title of Level 8 Alchemist was useful. There were many cultivators who were much stronger than them. Even though Yang Chen was famous in the spiritual realm, he was still a junior here. No matter what methods he used, he could not use them. It was true. When Yang Chen and his family entered the reception town, all the disciples of each sect who were in charge of welcoming them did not dare to treat them as newcomers. They answered every question with a kind attitude. They could be regarded as the best guides and waiters. It was easy to find the 4 sects of Taoism here. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were warmly welcomed by the disciples of the same sect. They were very friendly and welcomed into the residences of their respective sects. Yin-Yang Demon School also had disciples here. Lady Fanghua and 30 female disciples reluctantly said goodbye to their husband and entered the territory of Yin-Yang Demon School. They were not from the same sect. After ascending, there would definitely be a period of separation. This was inevitable. Moreover, Yang Chen did not want the girls to wander around with him. After all, there was nothing in Chunyang Palace now. Gaou, Gong Sunling, Zhu Xianying, and Dao Junki could not be helped, but the other girls did not need to suffer, even if they were willing to share the joys and sorrows with their husband. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen saw the disciples of the Shentian sect in the reception town. Logically speaking, the Shentian sect no longer existed in the spiritual realm. The Shentian sect did not need to wait here to receive disciples, but they were still waiting here. What did this mean? Yang Chen thought for a while, pulled Dao Junki over and gave her a few instructions. Dao Junki looked at her husband and nodded. Soon, Dao Junki appeared outside the residence of the Shentian sect. All the disciples of the other sect in the reception town began to pay attention to this side, intentionally or unintentionally. A Xiantian sect disciple came out to greet them, but Dao Junqi had no intention of going in. Instead, she expressed her attitude to the Xiantian sect disciple at the door. Dao Junqi had already joined the Chunyang Palace with the Xiantian sect in the spiritual realm and worshipped the ancestral master of Chunyang Palace, so she was no longer a disciple of the Xiantian sect. However, the Xiantian sect still nurtured her, so she came to kowtow to thank them and planned to leave. To everyone's surprise, the Xiantian sect disciple did not fly into a rage. Instead, he calmly accepted all of this. He even deliberately opened the door and let Dao Junqi bow to the portrait of the ancestral master in the living room. He then kindly sent Dao Junqi out. All the disciples of the other sect secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the Celestial Realm's Xiantian sect had temporarily accepted the fact that they were in the spiritual realm and had no intention of immediately falling out. When Dao Junqi returned to Yang Chen's side, without anyone noticing, Dao Junqi handed a piece of jade slip to Yang Chen's hand. The jade slip was secretly given to Dao Junqi by the disciple. Dao Junqi glanced at the contents but didn't know what it meant. However, Dao Junqi knew very well that this wasn't for her, but for her husband. She just didn't know what the Xiantian sect meant by giving Yang Chen the jade slip. Chapter 2501. Yang Chen and the others did not stay in the town for long and soon left. There were no disciples of Chunyang Palace here, nor was there any territory of Chunyang Palace. They basically could not find a place to stay. Although they could stay in the territories of the major sects for the night, it was not worth it to owe them unnecessary favors the moment they arrived. Yang Chen had the Dragon Palace with him, and Gong Sunling had the Mountain River geographical map. There was no place to stay. Why did they have to owe favors? Moreover, they were not comfortable staying in the town. Madame Bai and the others had made such a big noise that the reception disciples in the town who had never been in contact with Yang Chen and had only heard of Yang Chen's name were shocked and scared. With the mentality of these reception disciples, the atmosphere of Yang Chen's family staying in the town was very uncomfortable. Therefore, Yang Chen left with his wives and concubines of Chunyang Palace. They quickly left the town and rushed to an area that Yang Chen had long thought of. They were rootless duckweed in the immortal realm. The most important thing was to find a place to stay and get a foothold in Chunyang Palace, just like when they had just ascended to the spiritual realm. However, after leaving for a while, Yang Chen and the women returned to the Dragon Palace. The mysterious Skydark Sea shuttle flew in that direction without Yang Chen's constant control. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen, Gong Sunling, Zhu Xianying, and Dao Junqi bid farewell to Lin Zhengyuan together. Madame Bai and the others had left, and Lin Zhengyuan had returned to the familiar immortal realm. Naturally, he had to find his father and his family. It was time to leave. To be honest, after Lin Zhengyuan met Yang Chen, he had not suffered any hardship and lived a very comfortable life. On this point, Lin Zhengyuan could not deny it. If Yang Chen hadn't found Lin Zhengyuan, with Lin Zhengyuan's abnormal performance, he would not have been found by the Zhao family in the demonic tribulation and brought back to the Zhao family, or found by a certain sect and taken away, becoming a slave, or he would have been affected by the great calamity of the Zhao family that swept the spiritual world. He could not escape the fate of being controlled. His situation was so special that it was almost impossible for him to escape. In Lin Zhengyuan's previous life, nothing happened in the spiritual realm. During the devil tribulation, Lin Zhengyuan was controlled by a certain sect. He only regained his memories and cultivation when he ascended by chance one day. In this life, it could be said that Yang Chen had completely eliminated this calamity for him. Lin Zhengyuan did not know what had happened in his previous life, but he had the ability to judge. He knew what would happen if he was not found by Yang Chen. At the same time, he was even more grateful to Yang Chen for introducing him to Madame Bai. When Madame Bai was about to leave, she even sent her personal maid to bid farewell to him. This meant that Lin Zhengyuan had managed to enter Madame Bai's eyes. For Lin Zhengyuan, this was enough. Madame Bai was Ancestor Lu's wife. Although Ancestor Lu's whereabouts were unknown, no one in the immortal realm dared to look down on Ancestor Lu, even though he was alone. In the future, If you have any orders, I dare not disobey. Lin Zhengyuan was very straightforward. He also knew which side to take to make people happy. He directly expressed his attitude to Yang Chen. He even planned to help with the territory of Chunyang Palace. If you can't find a good place in a short time, I will discuss with my father and help Chunyang Palace to find a suitable place. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Chen was very satisfied with Lin Zhengyuan's attitude and was also very happy. At least he did not save an ungrateful person. However, Yang Chen still did not want to let others handle the matter of the territory of Chunyang Palace. If it was Yang Chen's own matter, Yang Chen would not care about Lin Zhengyuan's help. However, this was the matter of the sect. If Lin Zhengyuan interfered, it would not be a simple communication between individuals. After saying goodbye to Lin Zhengyuan, the people left here were really people that Yang Chen could completely trust. Needless to say, there were only 4 women and no one else. Husband, what does the Shentian sect mean? Gaou finally could not help but ask about the Shentian sect's jade slip. The other 3 women also looked at Yang Chen curiously, waiting for his answer. This is a deal between the Shentian sect and our sect. Yang Chen picked up the jade slip and checked it. Even in front of the women, Yang Chen did not reveal the relationship between Yang Chen and the Shentian sect. Some heavy pressure, Yang Chen would rather carry it by himself, and was not willing to let his wives and concubines follow him to be afraid. If the contents of the jade slip were to be read directly, it would definitely be a mess. However, if they were to use a unique method to re-examine and rearrange it, it would only show an address and nothing else. No matter what, the disciples of the Shentian sect in the spiritual realm have entered my Chunyang Palace. No matter what, I have to give the Shentian sect an explanation. Yang Chen continued with a smile. Will the Shentian sect fall out with us? Gaou was worried about this and nothing else. I think the people of the Shentian sect know what happened when we accepted the disciples of the Shentian sect. They can't blame us. Yang Chen smiled and indicated that it was fine. If the Shentian sect can't even figure this out and insist on making a move indiscriminately, do you think the reception town will be so peaceful? Thinking about the attitude of the Shentian sect disciple in the reception town, the women felt a little relieved. Especially Dao Junki, she faced the disciple directly and did not feel the slightest hostility. This was a good sign. At least for the current situation, it was not a disaster. Ying, shouldn't we go back to your house first? Yang Chen comforted the women's worries and then turned to Zhu Xianying. Let's not talk about anything else. After ascending to the immortal realm, we should at least visit Lord Tai and Lord Tai Shui. Otherwise, it would be too rude of me. His words made Zhu Xianying's face turn red. To be honest, Zhu Xianying was still a little nervous and did not know how to face her family. On one hand, she misunderstood that her father had turned her into that state. On the other hand, she was afraid that Yang Chen would not be acknowledged by her father, which would add to the awkwardness. Now that Yang Chen took the initiative to change the topic, Zhu Xianying was even more worried. If her father was angry at Yang Chen for marrying her without his consent and blamed Yang Chen, it would not be good. At that time, she would be stuck between her father and her husband. She would definitely be in a difficult position. Are you afraid that I won't be acknowledged by father-in-law? Yang Chen asked Zhu Xianying with a smile. Seeing Zhu Xianying nod, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile again. What are you afraid of? I'm here for everything. If father-in-law doesn't like me, then I'll have to measure what kind of person would be worthy of father-in-law's attention. Chapter 2502. Yang Chen was very confident, and Zhu Xianying was also influenced by Yang Chen's strong confidence. She was no longer worried, and a smile also appeared on her face. Among all the women, only Zhu Xianying would encounter such a situation. Everyone else ascended directly from the mortal world. Their parents in the mortal world had already passed away, so there was no such problem. Even if there was a matchmaker, the sect would do it for them. Only Zhu Xianying's situation was different. Her parents were still alive, and they were both in the immortal realm. Her father, Zhu Tianjun, was an important figure in the heavenly court. He was the heavenly lord who replaced the old heavenly court's Zhao Gongming. Most importantly, When Yang Chen married Zhu Xianying, he was in the spirit realm, and Zhu Xianying's parents didn't give their consent. In particular, Zhu Xianying wasn't Yang Chen's only wife. She was only one of his 5 concubines. Even though Zhu Xianying was the one who made the decision, it would still be a problem if her parents pursued the matter. Also, Yang Chen had too many women, which was a big problem. He didn't know if Zhu Xianying's parents would accept the fact that their daughter shared the same husband with another woman. Fortunately, Zhu Xianying was a concubine. If she was a concubine, Yang Chen probably wouldn't even need to pay a visit to Mount Tai. Zhu Tianjun would directly hunt him down. The daughter of Zhu Tianjun, one of the 4 great generals of the heavenly court, was someone else's concubine. Moreover, she was the concubine of a junior in the spirit realm. How could Zhu Tianjun tolerate it? He would definitely kill Yang Chen as soon as possible to vent his hatred. If he could prevent Zhu Tianjun from getting angry, the best way was to not let Zhu Tianjun know. Of course, that wasn't possible. Also, with Yang Chen's personality, since he married Zhu Xianying, why would he make it difficult for Zhu Xianying to return home just because of the possibility of fear? Marrying someone else's daughter naturally made him their junior. This didn't need to be mentioned. Therefore, whether it was for official or personal reasons, Yang Chen had to pay a visit in person. In order to show his respect, the best time was to pay a visit right after ascending. This was also the reason why Yang Chen chose to visit Zhu Tianjun at this time. He didn't do anything as soon as he arrived. The sect didn't even bother with the heavenly court and immediately rushed over to pay a visit. Whether it was sincerity or face, he had given Zhu Tianjun plenty. Although Zhu Xianying was worried, she was still satisfied with Yang Chen's arrangement to visit her parents as soon as they left the receiving town. He wanted to recall Zhu Tianjun's residence, but he found that his husband was already on his way. Back when Zhu Xianying was sent to the spirit realm by Zhu Tianjun, the heavenly court hadn't changed yet. Zhu Tianjun wasn't a heavenly lord yet, and he didn't live in a mansion in the heavenly court, but in his sect. Zhu Xianying's memories of the immortal world were from before the changes in the heavenly court. It would be strange if she knew Zhu Tianjun's current residence and status. In fact, Zhu Xianying really didn't know her father's current status. She still thought that her father was just a slightly famous expert. Therefore, even though she felt uneasy, she wasn't too worried. With her husband's excellence and future in Chunyang Palace, her father would definitely look at him in a different light. When Yang Chen stopped, Zhu Xianying and the other women still didn't know where they were. They were only startled when they saw the celestial soldiers and generals blocking their way. Where were they? Why were there celestial soldiers and generals inspecting them? What was even more eye-opening was that their husband only flashed a ring on his finger, and the celestial soldiers and generals carefully checked the authenticity of the ring. Then, they easily let Yang Chen and his family go. What ring is this? Jiao had seen the merit ring before, and Yang Chen had shown it many times. However, she didn't expect the ring to have such a use in the immortal world. She couldn't help but ask curiously. The exclusive merit ring of the heavenly court. Yang Chen replied with a smile. The women didn't pay much attention to it before, so Yang Chen didn't tell them. Now, he was showing off in front of the women. Although I'm not famous in the immortal world, I'm indeed an official of the heavenly court. Speaking of which, you're also the wives of officials. The women finally understood what Yang Chen was talking about. It turned out that the executioner in charge of the immortal beheading platform was also a small official of the heavenly court. Now that they were being teased by their husband, they immediately laughed. There was still a need to check the identity of the heavenly court here, so it was naturally where the heavenly court was. Previously, when they were in the Dragon Palace, they didn't feel it deeply. After they came out, they immediately felt a magnificent and majestic aura soaring into the sky from afar. It carried with it an infinite majesty, almost making them want to worship it. Fortunately, the women had felt this aura many times when they were cultivating with their husband. They had just reached the city gate and were still far away, so this pressure had almost no effect on the women. The women only dazed for a moment before returning to normal. Then, they looked in that direction curiously. That's the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. Yang Chen smiled and explained when he saw everyone looking in that direction in a daze. The women came back to their senses and looked in that direction in confusion. Then, they looked at their husband. They had a stomach full of questions but didn't know how to ask. Why was the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches in their husband's consciousness so similar to the real cloudy palace of the Golden Arches? Are we going to find my father? Zhu Xianying had the highest cultivation and was the first to recover. She asked in confusion, the capital of the heavenly court? Is my father living here? Yang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. Although it was just a city, it was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away from the southern heavenly gate to the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. Yang Chen relied on the memories of his previous life and easily found the direction of the Heavenly Lord residence. Then, he quickly rushed over. Heavenly Lord residence. This is my home. Zhu Xianying still couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was obviously the residence of an important person and there was a huge signboard on the door. Welcome back, young mistress. Just as Zhu Xianying was in a state of confusion, she suddenly heard a few feminine voices. The doors of the Heaven Monarch residence opened, and 2 rows of beautiful maids walked out gracefully and bowed to Zhu Xianying. Zhu Xianying finally saw a familiar face among the beautiful maids. It was one of the maids who served her in the past. Only then did she confirm that everything in front of her was real. Master and Madam have prepared a banquet to welcome young mistress and your close friends back home. That familiar maid walked forward and smiled at Zhu Xianying. Her face was filled with excitement and happiness. Inviting Zhu Xianying and her close friends was naturally Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi. However, Zhu Xianying was very surprised. Why didn't her husband, Yang Chen, be mentioned? Mr. Yang, Master has arranged another path for you. The maid who walked out to speak was still smiling. If Mr. Yang can complete the journey, Master and Madam will naturally meet you. With that, Yang Chen and the women understood that this was a test. Chapter 2503. Yang Chen and the girls came to the gate of the Lord of Heaven's mansion. With Zhu Tianjuan's cultivation, he could easily tell that they were his daughters. Therefore, as soon as they arrived at the gate, they were welcomed by the beautiful maids, and everything was arranged in a short time. Since the Lord of Heaven had arranged everything, Yang Chen had no choice but to obey respectfully. It seemed that the Lord of Heaven intended to measure Yang Chen's strength, so he did not make things difficult for Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi. Yang Chen was relieved to let Zhu Xianying and Gaou enter. Zhu Xianying followed her maid all the way into the Lord of Heaven's mansion. On the way, a large number of servants and maids bowed to Zhu Xianying respectfully and called her Miss. It was the first time for Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi to see the power of the Lord of Heaven. Among the maids and servants they saw along the way, the worst was at the peak of Golden Immortal, and the most common were Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Even a few housekeepers who seemed to have a high status were all innumerable Tribulation True Immortals. Even Zhu Xianying's maid, whose cultivation was similar to Zhu Xianying's, was now an early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. When Zhu Xianying came to the mortal world, she was only a Xian Immortal. In just a few thousand years, she had reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal realm. However, the girls had seen Madame Bai with more than 1,000 innumerable Tribulation True Immortal maids, so this scene did not surprise them. Everyone just looked on without much of an expression on their faces. In the living room of the Lord of Heaven's mansion, a man with a square face and a dignified face was sitting on a wooden armchair with his eyes closed. He looked very calm, but his swallowing from time to time showed that he was nervous. Not far from the man sat a quiet woman. But now, this woman did not look quiet at all. After sitting for a while, she stood up, and sat down again. She looked very uneasy. It seemed that if the man did not sit still next to her, she would have run out in a hurry. "Auntie, you don't have to be nervous. Uncle has made thorough arrangements. Sister Ying's descent to the lower realm will definitely be foolproof." Below this man and woman, there was an extremely handsome man. He had an elegant demeanor and was cultured and refined. He smiled at the restless woman and comforted her. "Little Sister Ying is already at the door. You'll see her soon. Auntie, don't be anxious." "How can I not be anxious? The quiet lady, who was addressed as Auntie, almost could not hold back anymore. She turned around and yelled at the man who had his eyes closed, "Our Ying has been turned into such a horrible shape. God knows how much suffering and exhaustion she has suffered in the spiritual realm over the years. It's all his fault. Auntie, please don't blame Uncle." No matter how angry and hysterical the woman looked, the handsome man was still that kind of scholarly elegance. He slowly said, "Sister Ying is an outstanding beauty. If we don't do some protection, it will be bad if someone has bad intentions towards her." When little Sister Ying was alone in the spiritual realm, safety was still the top priority. With this layer of protection, she would be safe and sound. "See, Sister Ying has already returned safely." "Humph. Interesting." The man, who had his eyes closed, suddenly let out 2 cold laughs. Then, he said something unfathomable. "Xiaoxian's female companions seem to have seen the world. They are facing so many experts and servants in my Heaven Lord residence, but they are not curious at all." "Interesting. You still have the cheek to say that." The woman was very displeased and berated. Then, she looked at the door with longing eyes. The handsome man was a guest in another residence. He was too embarrassed to use his divine senses to scan. He couldn't see the specific situation and didn't know what had happened. He was even more embarrassed to ask. He could only forcefully endure it. "Ziang, little Xian found a husband in the spiritual realm. You should know, right?" The man who was sitting was obviously the owner of the Heaven Lord residence, Zhu Tianjun. At this moment, he finally opened his eyes and asked the handsome man, "Uncle, I know." The man who was addressed as Ziang didn't have any change in his expression. He smiled and replied, "But I don't mind. Little Sister Ying doesn't have a matchmaker in the spiritual realm. She doesn't have parents. This marriage doesn't count. Moreover, I heard that little Sister Ying's current husband is a playboy. He has a lot of women. Little Sister Ying must have suffered a lot. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to devote myself to little Sister Ying. I will definitely treat little Sister Ying well. That's not enough. Look at little Xian. She doesn't seem to have suffered any grievances." The quiet woman was obviously the wife of the Heaven Lord. At this moment, she could see Zhu Xianying's appearance through her divine senses. She said with some doubt, "The seal that your uncle said no one in the spiritual realm can undo has also been undone. Even if little Sister Ying has suffered grievances, who can she complain to elsewhere?" The handsome young Master Ziang shook his head and said, "Auntie, you must have heard about some things that happened in the lower domain. You must have been deceived by those people's good words. Those people only want to benefit themselves. Who would care about little Sister Ying's life? Didn't you also hear that back then, little Sister Ying was called Granny Tianqin? Many people wanted to kill her. Why would those people wish for her well? It would have been better if Granny Tianqin was not mentioned." Once Granny Tianqin's name was mentioned, the wife of the Heaven Lord looked like she wanted to cry. "It's all his fault. He turned my daughter into such an ugly monster. If I were little Xian, I wouldn't even be able to live for a day. My poor little Xian. Didn't someone undo it already? What do women know?" Zhu Tianjun listened at the side and was unwilling. If it wasn't for his seal, his daughter might have been lusted by those in the lower domain and become a human cauldron. Wasn't this all because of his seal? Women were women. Could they not live if they became a little uglier? When Zhu Tianjun thought this, he forgot that his seal made Zhu Xianying extremely ugly. It made her ugly to the point of her grandma's house. Because of that, Granny Tianqin's unruly character was formed. Unfortunately, Zhu Tianjun was a man after all. He could not imagine the importance of looks to women. "Ziang, we all know how you feel about little Xian." After dealing with the wife, Zhu Tianjun turned to Ziang and said sincerely, "However, since little Xian has found her lover in the spiritual realm, we will not object as long as she is willing. If Xiao Xian fails to live up to your expectations, please forgive me." "Uncle, please don't say that." The handsome Ziang had an intoxicating smile on his face and replied politely, "Why would I make things difficult for uncle and auntie? Don't worry, this nephew will definitely make that lecher retreat in the face of difficulties, and rescue Sister Ying from the hands of that lecherous person." Chapter 2504. When Zhu Xianing arrived with Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi, before Zhu Xianing could greet her parents, she was pulled into her arms by her mother. She cried and called out their nickname, Xiaoxian, and did not let go. Zhu Tianjun, on the other hand, was still calm. Although there was a lot of love in his eyes, he did not move much and was rather calm. You are all Xiaoxian's close friends. Thank you for taking care of Xiaoxian in the spiritual realm. After taking a few glances at Zhu Xianing, Zhu Tianjun turned his attention to Gaou and spoke to the three women warmly. From Zhu Xianing's point of view, Zhu Tianjun was the elder. Zhu Tianjun was the elder when the elder cared about the younger and expressed his gratitude. No matter what, Zhu Tianjun was very polite. However, when Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi saw the handsome Xiang, they instinctively felt a little uncomfortable. This was the moment when Zhu Xianing reunited with her parents. Where did this man come from? The three women did not hear Zhu Xianing say that she had a brother or something. This guy was obviously not Zhu Xianing's family. Moreover, this guy had been sitting there from the beginning until now. His eyes kept moving around Zhu Xianing's body. One look and one could tell that he was not a good person. Greetings, father, mother. When Madame Tianjun calmed down, Zhu Xianing greeted Zhu Tianjun and his wife again. Because of Yang Chen's guidance, Zhu Xianing did not resent Zhu Tianjun like in her previous life. She also understood Zhu Tianjun's painstaking efforts and was very calm. Finally, Zhu Tianjun nodded in satisfaction and softly acknowledged. However, the happiness on his face could not be concealed no matter what. When the father and daughter gradually calmed down, Madame Tianjun calmed down and greeted the three with a smile. Younger sister Ying, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Only then did the handsome Xiang salute Zhu Xianing. Zhu Xianing did not know this person at all, but he was so friendly. If it was the old granny Tian Qin, Zhu Xianing would have already turned hostile. However, Zhu Xianing restrained herself in front of her parents. The fact that this guy was here meant that he had something to do with Zhu Tianjun. She couldn't embarrass her father. Xiaoxian, this is my best friend's son, Zhao Xiang. Zhu Tianjun introduced. I heard that you ascended recently, so I came to congratulate you. The gentle sound fairy, Zhu Xianing, was definitely a well-educated and well-mannered lady. No matter how unhappy he was with this fellow, he still had to give her some face when she came to congratulate him. Therefore, Zhu Xianing still greeted him politely. Little sister Ying has just ascended. I shouldn't say such things to spoil the mood. However, there are some things that I must say. Zhao Xiang went straight to the point and said to Zhu Xianing, I'm afraid the man you found in the spiritual realm is not a good match. As soon as Zhao Xiang said this, not only Zhu Xianing, but also Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi's expressions changed. This guy was the first person to slander Yang Chen so directly in front of them. While the women were angry, Yang Chen had already walked to the arranged passage. Separating Yang Chen from the women was clearly someone who wanted to test Yang Chen's quality. The biggest possibility of this matter was the arrangement of Zhu Tianjun. No matter how famous Yang Chen was in the spiritual world, in the immortal world, Yang Chen was just a younger generation who had just ascended. Whether he had the ability or not, it was not to listen to other people's rumors. The best way was to test it himself. Yang Chen was now facing such a situation, and it was a test that he couldn't refuse. No matter what, the other party was his Mount Tai. Since he married the other party's daughter without asking, he had to obediently follow Zhu Tianjuan's arrangement. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the elders. Yang Chen was not stupid to give his father-in-law a bad impression before they met. The passage in front of him seemed to be empty, there was nothing, but Yang Chen knew that it must be dangerous. He just didn't know whether this Mount Tai really wanted to test the depth of Yang Chen or to teach him a lesson. Looking ahead, Yang Chen smiled slightly and shook his head, then lifted his foot and stepped into the passage. This place that looked like a passage was actually a long array, but he didn't know how powerful the array was. With just one step, the scene in front of him changed immediately. The long passage instantly turned into a wilderness. Before Yang Chen released his spiritual awareness to explore around, a bomb had exploded above his head. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen immediately released the Tai Chi golden ball. This was the heavenly monarch mansion, his father-in-law's mansion. Yang Chen couldn't show off too much, so Yang Chen only released the Tai Chi golden ball. It was extremely restrained, only blocking an inch in front of him. It didn't look like a ball, but a human like Yang Chen, except it was constantly changing between black and white. The bomb exploded on top of Yang Chen's head, but it was directly blocked by the Tai Chi golden ball, not causing the slightest damage. Yang Chen's footsteps didn't stop, and he continued to move forward in a straight line. With every step he took, a different attack would appear, and the power of each attack would be much greater than the previous one. Based on this trend, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't even be able to take 100 steps before being completely restrained by the power of the array. They might even be in danger of getting injured. If they forced themselves to move forward when they reached their limit, under the increasing power of the attack, they would inevitably be injured, and in serious cases, their lives would be in danger. Perhaps this was Zhu Tianjuan's intention to see where Yang Chen's limit was, whether his cultivation could reach a satisfactory level, and whether he was willing to risk his life for Zhu Xianying. Yang Chen took 100 steps forward, and the power of the array's attack had reached the level of a peak golden immortal. Presumably, the power of the attack would continue to increase to the level of a zenith heaven golden immortal, or even an innumerable tribulation true immortal. This was the immortal realm, and a formation set up by an innumerable tribulation true immortal could easily achieve this. If he goes forward, he will have to bear the attack of a zenith heaven golden immortal. Does he dare to go forward for Sister Ying? The situation inside the formation was now displayed on a mirror in front of Zhu Tianjun. Seeing that Yang Chen was a little hesitant, Zhao Xiang couldn't help but interrupt, not to mention that he's lascivious and half-hearted. If he doesn't even dare to take risks for Sister Ying, how can he make Sister Ying fall in love with him? Doesn't dare. Hearing that Zhao Xiang looked down on their husband, Zhu Xianying, Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi all looked at Zhao Xiang as if they were looking at an idiot. This guy didn't know how powerful their husband was at all, and he probably just listened to hearsay. They really didn't know where he got his confidence from. Chapter 2505. The reason why Yang Chen stopped was that Yang Chen suddenly understood the mystery of the formation. This formation was not controlled by an infinite tribulation true immortal, but by 3 zenith heaven golden immortals. In other words, no matter how powerful this formation was, it could only reach the attack power of a zenith heaven golden immortal. It could not be improved indefinitely. Yang Chen even had a clue how to break the formation. It was very easy to get out of this formation. As long as he followed a certain pattern, he could get out of the formation in a dozen steps at most. However, Yang Chen did not intend to do that. Since Zhu Tianjun wanted to see Yang Chen's limit, it would be insincere and disrespectful to use this method to get out of the formation. Just standing in the same place for 2 breaths, Yang Chen continued to move forward. The next attack was no longer a simple spiritual power attack. It began to be mixed with ordinary flying sword. In this regard, Yang Chen just smiled and was not worried at all. Whether it was the golden ball of Tai Chi or his golden body technique, they were enough to resist this level of flying sword attack. Even if it had reached the level of a zenith heaven golden immortal, it was really not enough in front of Yang Chen's abnormal defense. Ding, ding, ding. All the flying sword and magic weapon bounced off the golden ball of Tai Chi. It was impossible for them to get close to Yang Chen's body, let alone to touch Yang Chen's body. In the face of such a powerful attack, Yang Chen felt nothing and kept moving forward. Whether it was the spiritual power attack or the magic weapon attack, they were all easily resisted. After a while, he had taken more than a dozen steps forward and was still moving forward. On Zhu Tianjuan's side, the 4 women could no longer be bothered to argue with Zhao Xiang. Their husband's performance was enough to shatter his previous words of belittlement, which made Zhao Xiang lose a lot of face. Zhao Xiang was already a zenith heaven golden immortal. In terms of cultivation, he was not afraid of anyone in Yang Chen's family. However, he was now a guest at Zhu Tianjuan's house, and his main target was Zhu Xianying. Naturally, he couldn't show off too much, in case it backfired. As long as he could leave a good impression in front of Zhu Xianying and make her slightly dissatisfied with Yang Chen, it would be fine. There was still a long way to go in the future. As for the little predicament in front of him, it seemed like he had been counterattacked. However, Zhao Ziang knew very well what the final outcome of this array formation would be. The purpose of the formation was to see where Yang Chen's limit was. Although Zhu Tianjun had only arranged for 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to preside over the formation, it was enough to deal with a Golden Immortal Junior who had just ascended. What's more, Zhao Ziang had also bribed one of the masters in charge of the formation. He would definitely make a fool of Yang Chen at a critical moment. Yang Chen was just a Golden Immortal. How could he withstand the combined power of 3 perfected Golden Immortals and the formation? The final outcome would definitely be that Yang Chen was restrained by the formation in the most embarrassing way, making a fool of himself in front of everyone and losing face. He believed that no matter how much Zhu Xianying liked Yang Chen, when she saw Yang Chen's embarrassing state, it would inevitably make her feel that Yang Chen had made her lose face in front of her parents and Zhao Ziang, leaving a grudge in her heart. Zhao Ziang was very confident in women's hearts. Not to mention Zhu Xianying, it was estimated that even Gaou, Gong Sunling and Dao Junqi had the same thoughts. As long as there was a grudge between them, Zhao Ziang could take advantage of it. Zhu Xianying was a rare girl with exceptional aptitude and beauty. As long as he could get his hands on her, not only would he have a stunning dual cultivation partner, he would also have Zhu Tianjun as his backer. Why wouldn't he do it? As for Gaou and the others, as long as he dealt with Yang Chen, he could still secretly capture them and make them his tripod furnaces. It was said that Yang Chen's wives and concubines were all of excellent aptitudes. Unfortunately, the disciples of a small sect with no foundation could only benefit the big shots. At this time, whoever made the first move would get the first move. Zhao Ziang thought that if he made the move early enough, he would still have a lot of opportunities. In Zhao Ziang's mind, Yang Chen still walked forward calmly. Now the attack power of the formation had reached the level of middle stage perfected Golden Immortal, but for Yang Chen, this attack power was still not enough. The attack of the formation did not even scratch the edge of the Tai Chi Golden Ball, and the attack only one step apart gave the Tai Chi Golden Ball enough time to recover, so that Yang Chen could easily restore the Tai Chi Golden Ball to its best state. It seemed that Yang Chen had no difficulty at all, but he still had his own trump card. Now it was still the normal power of the formation, and the master he had bribed to preside over the formation had not made a move yet. Zhao Ziang began to feel a little bad, but he still had his own trump card. Now it was still the normal power of the formation, and the master he had bribed to preside over the formation had not made a move yet. Zhao Ziang did not believe that Yang Chen, a junior at the early stage of Golden Immortal, could resist the attack of a peak-perfected Golden Immortal, which was infinitely close to the power of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. Even Zhao Ziang himself, a dignified perfected Golden Immortal, did not dare to say that he could hold on to the present situation. It should be attributed to the black and white protective magic weapon on Yang Chen's body that played a big role. The more it was like this, the more Zhao Ziang was dissatisfied. Why? Zhao Ziang had been in the immortal realm for thousands of years, but he had not obtained a decent magic treasure. He had to rely on the relationship between his father and Zhu Tianjun to secretly have designs on Zhu Tianjuan's daughter. Yang Chen was just a junior. How could he have such an extraordinary protective magic treasure? However, although Zhao Ziang was dissatisfied, he did not show it on his face. He still had the image of an elegant child with a smile on his face. In his heart, he was thinking about when he should take action, so that he could get all the good things on Yang Chen. After the immortal realm was threatened by the Zhao family, the news from the spiritual realm continued to spread for hundreds of years. Every cultivator who ascended to the immortal realm would inevitably mention the name of Yang Chen. The good things on Yang Chen's body were even more salivating. They didn't know how Yang Chen and the others came here on such a long journey from the town to the capital of the heavenly court. Didn't any cultivators have any ideas? Zhao Ziang would never know how scary it was when thousands of innumerable tribulation true immortals appeared outside the receiving town to support Yang Chen. On the contrary, there were many cultivators who had designs on Yang Chen. But after seeing that scene, they were smart enough to not make a move. Unless they also brought a large number of innumerable tribulation true immortals to attack, as long as they dared to attack, they would be killed. No one would doubt this. Unfortunately, the news had not spread to the capital. Neither Zhu Tianjun nor Zhao Xiang knew how scary that scene was. That was why Zhu Tianjun made this arrangement to test the quality of his son-in-law. If Zhu Tianjun knew that the woman behind Yang Chen was Ancestor Lu's wife, he would not dare to treat his son-in-law like this. Chapter 2506. No matter how slow the news spread, a junior Golden Immortal, who seemed to be only at the early stage of Golden Immortal, was able to withstand the attack of a late-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. This could no longer be described as a miracle. Even Zhu Tianjun and Madam of Heavenly Lord put away their previous contempt and began to look at this son-in-law whom they had only met for the first time. Previously, Zhu Tianjun and Madam of Heavenly Lord were misled by some rumors. They felt that their beautiful daughter was with a boy with an uncertain future, especially that this boy was a lustful pervert. Not only did he occupy a bunch of women, but he also used some unknown means to confuse Zhu Xianying, which made them very dissatisfied. In particular, Zhao Xiang's recent lobbying said that Yang Chen must want to use Zhu Xianying to establish a relationship with Zhu Tianjun, and then use this relationship to obtain benefits for Chunyang Palace. He even did not hesitate to use this relationship to fight against the powerful Shentian sect. This made them have a very bad impression on their son-in-law whom they had never met. But now, from the beginning to the present, whether it was Yang Chen's attitude towards them or the strength he had shown, it was like a miracle. It was normal for a little guy who had just ascended to heaven to have insufficient cultivation, but what Yang Chen showed now was not a weakness of insufficient cultivation, but a genius with great potential. Not to mention his great potential in combat, he was an unheard of monstrous master in alchemy. Combining these 2 points, Yang Chen's future was absolutely limitless. If they were not satisfied with such a son-in-law, then there was really no one else who could attract their attention. Zhao Xiang naturally saw the satisfied attitude on the faces of Zhu Tianjun and his wife, and he could not help but feel anxious. He had finally slandered Yang Chen in front of Zhu Tianjun and his wife, and was ready to encourage them to separate Yang Chen and Zhu Xianying in order to achieve a good deed. In the future, he could also use the power of Zhu Tianjun to enjoy the fruits of others' labor in the immortal realm. But if Zhu Tianjun and his wife were very satisfied with Yang Chen, how could he carry out his plan? Fortunately, the master he arranged next would definitely make a fool of Yang Chen. Zhao Xiang was not in a hurry and just watched quietly. But he already had a bad feeling in his heart. That expert should have taken action earlier. Why did he wait for Yang Chen to show that he could resist the attack of a late-stage almighty immortal before taking action? Wasn't this just flattering Yang Chen? They didn't know that the 3 perfected golden immortals who were in charge of the formation were already in a difficult position. Against a gold immortal junior with such a formation, an ordinary gold immortal would at most be at the peak of the gold immortal realm. But now, the 3 of them were about to give it their all, and yet, Yang Chen's protective magic treasure was not damaged at all. This was a blatant mockery of them. The expert arranged by Zhao Xiang had already made his move. At this moment, it was even more intense. It was not that there were no geniuses in the immortal plane who could defeat opponents on a higher level. However, that was something that only cultivators who had been cultivating in the immortal plane for many years could do. Yang Chen had just ascended to the immortal plane. How could it be possible? If in the future, his colleagues in the immortal plane knew that Yang Chen, who had just ascended, relied on a protective magic treasure to make them helpless, the one who would be embarrassed would not be Yang Chen, but the 3 of them, and even Zhu Tianjun. The dignified Lord of Heaven's mansion did not even have a cultivator who could suppress a junior. Wasn't that shameful? At this moment, Madam of Heaven's mansion was still in the state of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. But Zhu Tianjun had already thought of something else from the power of the formation. His face was also very ugly. To suppress a junior who had just ascended, the Lord of Heaven's mansion had sent 3 perfected golden immortals. If this news spread out, how would Zhu Tianjun face it? Although the 3 perfected golden immortals were only at the mid-stage of perfected golden immortal, if they could not suppress a golden immortal junior, it would definitely be an embarrassing matter. Seeing that Yang Chen continued to move forward and the power of the formation was getting stronger, to the point that the three perfected golden immortals were showing signs of being unable to withstand it, Zhu Tianjun was surprised by Yang Chen's protective magic treasure. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little angry. With his hand behind his back, he secretly made a gesture and threw it at the formation that was testing Yang Chen's limit. In the Lord of Heaven's mansion, who would dare to casually probe Zhu Tianjuan's movements? Therefore, no one noticed Zhu Tianjuan's action at all. However, the spirits of the three perfected golden immortals in the formation were lifted, and a copious amount of power was added to the formation, allowing them to easily raise the offensive power of the formation to the peak of perfected golden immortal. Finally, Yang Chen's Tai Chi golden ball could no longer withstand such a level of attack. Under the next attack, it broke with a loud bang. As early as in the spiritual realm, the women had seen the scene of Yang Chen's Tai Chi golden ball being punched by brother Li Cheng. At this moment, seeing the same scene, they were not surprised at all. The intensity of this attack was not enough to hurt their husband, but his performance would definitely surprise Zhu Tianjun and his wife. It was indeed so. Zhu Tianjun and his wife were not the only ones who were surprised. The three perfected golden immortals and Zhao Xiang who were in charge of the formation were also surprised. They thought that Yang Chen would not be able to take a step forward without his protective magic treasure. At this time, if he stood still, it would be extremely embarrassing and he could only beg for mercy and admit defeat. In this way, Zhu Tianjun had both face and strength. And Yang Chen had persisted to the peak of perfected golden immortal. Apart from a little flaw in begging for mercy, his performance was also good. Both sides could be said to be happy. Of course, as long as Yang Chen begged for mercy, the happiest person would be Zhao Xiang. A scholar would rather be killed than humiliated. As soon as Yang Chen spoke, it was destined that he could not risk his life for Zhu Xianying. This was enough to give him enough room to operate and drive a wedge between them. In this way, Zhao Xiang was also a natural winner. However, the next scene was unbelievable. In the case that his protective magic treasure had been shattered, Yang Chen was not afraid of the attack of the peak of perfected golden immortal at all and took another step forward. Boom! The powerful attack fell on Yang Chen's unprotected body. Everyone thought that Yang Chen would be seriously injured and vomit blood did not happen. Yang Chen seemed to be fine. He forcibly took the attack of the formation, and without a rest, he stepped forward again. As Yang Chen moved forward, the attack of the formation fell again. However, without the help of Zhu Tianjun, the three perfected golden immortals were already in a state of exhaustion. They barely managed to launch a blow, and the three masters who were in charge of the formation all fainted. The last blow fell on Yang Chen's body, and it was not much heavier than a mosquito bite. Yang Chen easily dusted off the clothes on his body, and then along the passage that has been revealed, he walked towards a few people who were stunned. Chapter 2507. Kid Yang Chen, greets Lord of Heaven, greets Auntie. Yang Chen walked to the front and bowed to Zhu Tianjun and Madam of the Lord of Heaven and Madam of the Lord of Heaven. In terms of address, Yang Chen also seemed to be very interesting. He addressed Zhu Tianjun as Lord of Heaven, but when he addressed Madam of the Lord of Heaven, he became Auntie, which showed a faint closeness. Madam of the Lord of Heaven looked very satisfied. Her son-in-law, who had just ascended, was so powerful and polite. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. However, Zhu Tianjun was not so happy. He had personally taken action, but he still failed to stop Yang Chen, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He just snorted coldly as an answer to Yang Chen. At this time, Zhu Tianjun also saw that in addition to the powerful protective magic weapon, Yang Chen's body refining technique was also at the peak. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique that Yang Chen cultivated was originally a body refining technique of the immortal world. Zhu Tianjun was very knowledgeable. How could he not see the reason? What surprised Zhu Tianjun was that Yang Chen had just ascended, but the yellow turban strongman body refining technique had been cultivated to at least the peak of the sky-raising strength, which made Zhu Tianjun really surprised. Even among the cultivators in the immortal world, there were few cultivators who could cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to this realm. Yang Chen could reach such a realm, either with great wisdom or with great opportunities. For cultivators, these two, no matter which one, were enviable. Brother Yang originally cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. What a pity. Before Zhu Tianjun spoke, Zhao Xiang had already spoken. There was a kind of pity and regret in his tone, as if Yang Chen's cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was a waste of God's gifts. Who is Zhao Xiang? Yang Chen didn't know who Zhao Xiang was and didn't want to know. But this guy could stand here at this time, and even interrupted on this occasion. He must be a big shot, so Yang Chen asked. Zhao Xiang. In the eyes of Zhao Xiang, Yang Chen was just a small character with no foundation in the immortal world. It was not worth it for him to make friends with him. Therefore, he didn't even use some humble appellation such as this old man and directly said his name. I'm Yang Chen, a deacon of the heavenly court. May I know where Brother Zhao is from? As he spoke, Yang Chen flashed the merit ring on his hand at Zhao Xiang and cupped his hands. Yang Chen said that he was a deacon of the celestial heavens, and this couldn't be faked. Although the executioner of the immortal slaying platform was small, he was indeed a part of the celestial heavens. He had merit rings, a salary, and a specialized responsibility. Who was Zhao Xiang? His father held a position in the heavenly court, but he was just a small official. Zhao Xiang himself did not even have the qualification to enter the heavenly court. Although he was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, he was still far from it. Many 10,000 tribulation true immortals did not have the chance to become one. As soon as Yang Chen flashed his official position, Zhao Xiang immediately lost his previous pride. No matter how much he belittled Yang Chen in his heart, he didn't dare to show it in front of Zhu Tianjun, who also served in the heavenly court. Did he dare to stand here and say that he looked down on the officials of the heavenly court? Or could he refute that what Yang Chen said was a lie? After being speechless for a while, Zhao Xiang could only think of a way to reverse the situation, change the topic, and bring the topic back to the topic that could suppress Yang Chen before. The body refining technique that Brother Yang cultivates is not presentable. To be honest, the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was indeed not presentable among the cultivators in the immortal world. The cultivators who cultivated this kind of body refining technique basically had no choice but to cultivate it after they had no hope of cultivating other techniques. Although the threshold for cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was very high, as long as it was a cultivator who had ascended to the immortal world and experienced many heavenly tribulations, most of the cultivators could meet this condition. Therefore, this body refining technique was the lowest threshold and the lowest grade in the immortal world. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Xiang would try to lead the topic to this, let Zhu Tianjun and Madam Heavenly Lord see the vulgarity of Yang Chen, and at the same time hit Yang Chen, showing his own sense of superiority. Oh! The body refining technique that can let me block the two attacks just now is not presentable. Yang Chen did not show weakness, and immediately followed the topic to the body refining technique, as if he didn't know anything. In the face of Yang Chen's questioning, Zhao Xiang suddenly didn't know how to answer. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique was not presentable, but this does not mean that all the cultivators who cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique were not presentable. As long as they could cultivate to the 6th layer, they were almost invincible among the cultivators in the same realm. It's just that there are not many cultivators who can cultivate to the 6th level of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique from the immortal world. Zhao Xiang has never seen them and subconsciously ignored this problem. But when Yang Chen asked a question, Zhao Xiang suddenly found that he seemed to have given Yang Chen a chance to show his face. Zhao Xiang's low cultivation base and lack of knowledge did not mean that Zhu Tianjun had not seen the master of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. In addition, Yang Chen's rhetorical question was almost a reminder. How could Zhu Tianjun not guess that Yang Chen's yellow turban strongman body refining technique had at least reached the 6th layer? The specific realm was not easy to say. Zhu Tianjun had not cultivated it and was not clear, but Yang Chen's realm was definitely not low. What was potential? What was a limitless future? As soon as he ascended, he was a golden immortal. As soon as he ascended, he cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the 6th layer of gravity. Before he ascended, He was an 8th grade alchemist master. In the spiritual world, he improved the broken limb regeneration pill. This was the infinite potential and the boundless future. After others ascended to the immortal world, they didn't know how many years of hard cultivation they would have the opportunity to enter the heavenly court, but his son-in-law seemed to have been a member of the heavenly court since the mortal world. This starting point was already much higher than other ordinary cultivators. Not to mention anything else, just the length of service alone could kill more than 99% of the officials of the heavenly court. It must be known that most of the officials of the new heavenly court were promoted after the death of the people of the old heavenly court. It was Yang Chen, the executioner, who killed these officials. If you think about it from the perspective of accepting Yang Chen, the things that Zhu Tianjun thought were shameful before immediately became Zhu Tianjuan's pride. His son-in-law was so competitive and gave him face. Was that a bad thing? As soon as Zhao Xiang saw the subtle changes in Zhu Tianjuan's eyes, he knew that something bad was going to happen. If Zhu Tianjun changed his mind because of Yang Chen's power, then wouldn't all his previous preparations be in vain? Brother Yang, your method of breaking the array, relying on protective magic weapons and body refining techniques to force your way through, seems a bit inferior. Zhao Xiang's mind turned quickly and he immediately came up with another plan. The original purpose of the Heavenly Lord test is not just to protect. Chapter 2508. Brother Zhao, feel free to speak your mind. Yang Chen's expression was very strange, as if he was trying to hold back his laughter. Not only Yang Chen, but also Zhu Xianying, Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi. As for Zhu Tianjun and Madam, they were still shrewd and could not see anything. Relying on a tortoise shell to block all attacks in the formation is the most unorthodox method. Since Zhao Xiang was determined to find trouble with Yang Chen, he was not afraid of offending Yang Chen. Anyway, he could say whatever he wanted to make Yang Chen feel ashamed. It's the Lord of Heaven's kindness to choose 3 early-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to preside over the formation. If there were 3 innumerable Tribulation True Immortals, I'm afraid Brother Yang's magic treasure would not be able to block them no matter how powerful it is. After saying that, Zhao Xiang stared at Yang Chen, as if he wanted to see some shame on Yang Chen's face. However, to Zhao Xiang's disappointment, Yang Chen's face not only did not have a look that he expected, but it was full of playfulness. After a while, Yang Chen opened his mouth. Brother Zhao, you were born in the immortal realm, right? Yang Chen did not directly answer Zhao Xiang's question, but asked about Zhao Xiang's origin. And you should be born after the new heavenly court was stabilized, right? That's right. Zhao Xiang puffed out his chest with a proud expression on his face as he quickly replied. This was what Zhao Xiang was most proud of. He was born in the immortal world and cultivated under the spiritual pressure of the immortal world since his birth. He was influenced by the immortal world. Compared to those country bumpkins who had to overcome all obstacles and go through heavenly tribulations to ascend to the immortal world, he was born noble. In particular, Zhao Xiang was born in the capital of the heavenly court, which was a place where only immortals of immortals could live. Without experiencing the unbearably coarse aura of the spiritual world of the mortal world, his physical body was absolutely pure, and he was of noble birth. Not to mention those who ascended from the spiritual world of the mortal world, he didn't even care about cultivators who didn't live in the capital city. This was the sense of superiority that Zhao Xiang was most proud of. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Xiang had taken a fancy to Zhu Xianying, who was also born in the immortal world. Only such a woman was worthy of him, and only she was qualified to be his Dao companion. Even though Zhu Xianying had also ascended from the spirit realm, she had returned to the immortal realm after being sent down by celestial Lord Zhu, so she couldn't be described as ascended. At most, she was a city dweller who had returned to the city after living in the countryside for a few days, and was still a noble citizen of the heavenly court. The only flaw was that Zhu Xianying was already a married woman, but she had a heavenly lord father, which was barely enough for Zhao Xiang to overlook this small flaw. How could Zhao Xiang not be happy when Yang Chen directly asked him about his proudest point? He answered quickly, and also took the opportunity to remind celestial Lord Zhu that he was the best match for Zhu Xianying, and that this lustful country bumpkin couldn't be compared to him. Zhao Xiang's answer also made Yang Chen and the women secretly laugh in their hearts. Only a spoiled brat like him, who had always lived under the protection of his parents, would do such a strange thing and say such brainless words. You couldn't blame him. This kind of person thought that he was above everyone else since he was young, and had never experienced any hardships, so he was full of himself. Not to mention the fierce competition in the spirit realm in the mortal world, even his cultivation had been smooth sailing, and he hadn't suffered in the slightest. To say that he was arrogant was an exaggeration. He was just a piece of trash who didn't know anything. Then in Brother Zhao's opinion, how should we break this formation? Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with this kind of trash. Ever since he knew what kind of background he had, he didn't have any intention of arguing with him, and would just do what he could to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Please forgive me for my impudence. Zhao Ziang completely ignored Yang Chen, and turned to bow to Celestial Lord Zhu. When facing Celestial Lord Zhu, Zhao Ziang was absolutely graceful. Celestial Lord Zhu was originally the host, but now he had become a spectator. After Yang Chen asked about Zhao Ziang's background, Celestial Lord Zhu immediately made his choice. Previously, because Zhao Ziang was the descendant of an old friend, he wanted to be closer to him. Even if Zhao Ziang said bad things about Yang Chen, he would tolerate it. It was just that he didn't like Yang Chen a little. But now, Zhao Ziang's clumsy performance directly alerted Celestial Lord Zhu. It was one thing for fathers to have a good relationship, but it was another thing for children to not live up to expectations. If he really let his daughter be with such a person, it would be the greatest irresponsibility to his daughter. Celestial Lord Zhu didn't care what Zhao Ziang wanted to show off, and nodded, indicating that he could do as he pleased. But at this time, in his heart, he was already paying more attention to Yang Chen. The three Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Generals walked out of Zhao Ziang's spatial magic treasure and quickly set up another formation on the side of the passage that Yang Chen had just walked through. Zhao Ziang gave Yang Chen a provocative look and said to Yang Chen, "Watch how I break the formation." It looked like the same array formation. Zhao Ziang walked into the array formation and only took 3 steps. He received 3 attacks that did not hurt him at all. Then, he walked out of the array formation in a very relaxed manner with a strange pace. I only took 3 attacks to find the formation eye of the formation and the way to break it. Zhao Ziang said arrogantly to Yang Chen, "There is no need to rely on the protective magic treasure to last until the end. You have to use your brain when doing things. If you only know how to use brute force, you can only be a mediocre yellow turban strongman." While Zhao Ziang was showing off, he didn't notice that even Celestial Lord Zhu's wife had frowned. Gaou, Zhu Xianying, and the other women were holding back their laughter. As for Celestial Lord Zhu, he had a deep look, and no one could tell what he was thinking. His family general had set up a formation. Maybe Zhao Ziang had already studied the principle of the formation. He even pretended to say that he found the formation eye after taking 3 attacks. Could this be more fake? Even Yang Chen shook his head repeatedly. He really had an unfair advantage. It was no wonder that with Zhao Ziang's background, how outstanding could he be? However, this guy actually wanted to hit on Zhu Xianying. In any case, he had to teach him a lesson. Actually, there is a simpler and more direct way to break this formation. Yang Chen sighed and said to Zhao Ziang, "I don't believe that there is a faster way to break the formation than walking out directly." How could Zhao Ziang believe it? He immediately said to Yang Chen, "How about Brother Yang demonstrate it on the spot?" His family general presided over the formation. As long as Yang Chen entered the formation, he would definitely make Yang Chen embarrassed. Zhao Ziang almost spared no effort to provoke Yang Chen to take the initiative to walk into the formation. "Okay, I will try it." To Zhao Ziang's surprise, Yang Chen actually fell for his provocation and took the initiative to agree to enter the formation. "Brother Yang, please." Zhao Ziang made a gesture of invitation, unusually sincere. As the heavens can testify, this invitation was definitely Zhao Ziang's most sincere and unadulterated sincerity towards Yang Chen during this period of time. Chapter 2509. Stepping into the formation, Yang Chen did not wait for the formation to start and directly pulled out the beheading immortal blade. The killing intent of the immortal beheading saber broke out in the formation unscrupulously. The killing intent that had killed countless Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and 10,000 Tribulation True Immortals instantly shocked the 3 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the formation. Xiao Tian once again wrapped around Yang Chen's wrist, but what surprised Yang Chen was that because of the appearance of Xiao Tian, there was a spike behind the handle of the beheading immortal blade. After killing Ao Sen, Yang Chen never used the beheading immortal blade in the spiritual world, because there was no opponent in the spiritual world worthy of him drawing his blade. In the immortal world, all the troubles of Madame Bai were gone. Naturally, there was no need for Yang Chen to draw his blade, so Yang Chen himself did not know what changes had happened to Xiao Tian. This spike, he had never seen it before. The shape seemed familiar. Yang Chen looked at it and finally recognized it. What kind of spike was this? It was clearly 2 dragon pagodas combined into one. Why did it seem familiar? If it was a single dragon pagoda, Yang Chen could recognize it at a glance. His ability to never forget was not bragging. It seemed that after obtaining the dragon pagoda for so many years, it was not idle, and actually refined the 2 dragon pagodas together. The dragon pagoda that Yang Chen obtained from the treasure house left by Ao Guang was slightly rough and not particularly exquisite. However, the dragon pagoda obtained from Ao Sen's hands was extremely exquisite. This fusion was rough and delicate, but it did not seem nondescript. It was really hard for Xiao Tian to work hard. At this time, Xiao Tian brought out the dragon pagoda and formed a unique spike. There must be his intention. Needless to say, it must be able to greatly increase the power. Moreover, the dragon pagoda itself was an extremely powerful attack weapon. This was proved when it was in Ao Sen's hands. The 3 masters were still in a daze, but Zhao Xiang, who was outside the formation, did not know what happened. Although he could see everything happening in the formation through Zhu Tianjuan's mirror, he could not feel the aura inside. Zhu Tianjun could sense it, but he would never tell Zhao Xiang. The formation almost stopped at this moment. At this moment, Yang Chen also raised the immortal beheading saber high. Without looking in any direction, he just fiercely slashed down. In the formation, the 3 perfected golden immortal masters who were controlling the formation I had just recovered from their absent-mindedness when they heard a slight noise. Then, they were surprised to find that they could no longer control the formation. Not only were they unable to control the formation, but in the next 2 breaths, the entire formation began to fall apart. Just now, Yang Chen's slash had easily split the entire formation in half. Unable to maintain its integrity, the formation naturally shattered in the next moment. Yang Chen's beheading immortal's attack range was very well controlled. When they entered the array, Yang Chen had already calculated the distance between them. The saber chi just happened to break through the edge of the array without harming the Heaven Monarch residents at all. Brother Zhao, I've embarrassed myself. Yang Chen withdrew the immortal beheading saber and returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. It was only at this moment that Zhao Xiang realized what had happened. He pointed at Yang Chen and exclaimed a few times without saying a word. Compared to Zhao Xiang, who pretended to find the principle of the formation and walked out of the formation according to a special pace, it was indeed much faster. Even if Zhao Xiang was ignorant of the world's affairs, he still understood that Yang Chen had been giving face to the Heaven Monarch residents, which was why he had endured until the end. He had not relied on a protective Dharma treasure to forcibly hold on as he had thought. Compared to Yang Chen's slash, Zhao Xiang's previous performance was simply as laughable as a clown's. Zhao Xiang also understood this point. It was true that he thought highly of himself, but he was not so stupid that he could not even tell whether the other party was really powerful or not. To think that he had arrogantly said that Yang Chen was not up to standard, but he was the most laughable one. Zhao Xiang kept exclaiming. It wasn't that he was so shocked that he could not speak, but that he did not know what to say and could only use this action to cover it up. Looking at the still expressionless Zhu Tianjun, the beaming madam of the Heaven Monarch who was looking at Yang Chen, and Zhu Xianying and the other girls who were looking at him with a faint smile, Zhao Xiang wished that there was a hole in the ground and he could crawl into it. This time, he had embarrassed himself greatly. Those 3 family guards were really useless. 3 against 1, and they could not even trap Yang Chen with the array. Such incompetence must be punished after they leave. Xiao Xian has returned safely. The residents must celebrate. Madam of the Heaven Monarch came out to help, so Zhao Xiang finally did not have to pretend to be stupid. However, Madam of the Heaven Monarch's next sentence made Zhao Xiang feel discouraged. Xiang, you go back first. Xiao Xian and I will visit in the future. Even the wife of the Lord of Heaven's wife had begun to ask him to leave. Even if Zhao Xiang was thick-skinned, he couldn't continue to stay here. He could only reluctantly say goodbye to the Lord of Heaven's wife. Before leaving, he also gave Yang Chen a fierce look, and reluctantly looked at the beautiful Zhu Xianying, and then left. Yang Chen's slash just now allowed Zhu Tianjun to see the amazing strength of his son-in-law. Zhu Tianjun was now more and more satisfied with this son-in-law he had met for the first time. Yang Chen was powerful, shrewd, and respected him enough. Other than the fact that he was born in Chunyang Palace and had a little discord with Shentian sect, he really could not find any other dissatisfaction. Even if he might have to face a behemoth like Shentian sect, Yang Chen did not seem worried at all. There was no need to look at Yang Chen, just look at Yang Chen's women. Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi did not seem to care at all. Even their own daughter, Zhu Xianying, had the same expression. It seemed that they were not worried about Yang Chen at all, which meant that Yang Chen already had a way to deal with it. However, the women did not know what Yang Chen could do. They had encountered this kind of thing many times in the spiritual realm in the mortal world. Every time, their husband would be able to turn danger into safety. They were really numb. Their husband must have a way to solve it. This was already the consensus of everyone. Those who stayed were all her family, so Madam of the Heaven Monarch immediately showed her kind side. After seeing her daughter's happy appearance, Madam of the Heaven Monarch had completely accepted Yang Chen. Women considered things differently from men. They did not think about strength or trouble at all. The most important thing was her daughter's happiness, right? Based on the feeling of loving the house and its crow, Madam of the Heaven Monarch was also very fond of Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junqi. Cultivators were different from mortal women. They did not have much jealousy, and it was a good thing that they could live in harmony with their sisters. Chapter 25:10. Although Zhu Tianjun didn't say it out loud, he had acknowledged Yang Chen in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tacitly allowed his wife to chase Zhao Xiang away. He could use the family banquet as an opportunity to teach Yang Chen a lesson and not let him bully his daughter. They were all family, so the atmosphere soon became much more harmonious. Although Zhu Tianjun still had a long face, he didn't reprimand Yang Chen at all. Yang Chen was also a smart person and immediately understood what Zhu Tianjun meant. In any case, Zhu Tianjun was also Zhu Xianying's father, a real father-in-law. As a younger generation, Yang Chen should have some respect for him. Yang Chen was very clear about his own position, so he recognized himself as a junior. All kinds of good words came out of his mouth without money, and coaxed his mother-in-law to smile. Although Zhu Tianjuan's expression didn't change, the occasional glint in his eyes revealed his good mood. Zhu Tianjuan's wife was very concerned about Zhu Xianying's experience in the spiritual realm, so she asked in great detail during the banquet. Zhu Xianying also understood her parents' feelings, so she told them about her experiences back then. When she heard that Zhu Xianying had become grumpy because of her ugly appearance and was called Granny Tianqin by the cultivators in the spiritual realm, Zhu Tianjuan's wife started to complain about Zhu Tianjun. Hearing that his daughter had suffered so much, Zhu Tianjun silently let his wife scold him and drank without saying a word. Yang Chen saw that the atmosphere wasn't right, so he accompanied his father-in-law for a few drinks. Only then did the atmosphere ease up a little. When Zhu Xianying met Yang Chen, she restored her flower-like beauty and achieved a happy marriage. Only then did Madame Qin's tears turn into a smile. Then, she listened to Zhu Xianying talk about the great calamity of the spiritual realm and the annihilation of the Zhao family against the traitors of the dragon race. Her story was very exciting, and Zhu Tianjun and his wife listened with great interest. Although the immortal world had received the warning from the Zhao family, they were very well hidden and didn't show up, so there were very few battles in the immortal world. Among the few major events, there were two inexplicable heaven and earth turbulence that were related to Yang Chen. They should have been caused by the sealing of the space channel connecting the demon realm and the demon realm. Relatively speaking, the immortal world was relatively calm. Compared to the turmoil that had occurred when the spiritual world was almost refined, the immortal world could be said to be calm. Generally speaking, the cultivators of the immortal world lived rather comfortably. If there was anything that had changed, it would be that there was some impure aura when they were cultivating recently, which might affect their cultivation. But for an infinite tribulation true immortal like them, the impact was almost negligible. Ever since the major sect in the immortal world sent their golden immortals to the immortal world, there had been no news from the spiritual world. In the past, no cultivators from the spiritual world had ascended to the immortal world. It was only in the past few hundred years that disciples from various sects had ascended to the immortal world. Only then did the cultivators from the immortal world slowly find out what had happened in the spiritual world. However, Zhu Tianjun was not a member of any major sect after all. What he knew was only hearsay from other sources. Even if the disciples of Zhu Tianjuan's own sect ascended to the immortal world, it was definitely not as detailed as what Yang Chen's family knew. In the second half of the family banquet, Zhu Tianjun asked in detail about what had happened in the spiritual world. Zhu Tianjun was a family member. Basically, except for some secrets, Zhu Xiaoning told him everything she knew. Zhu Tianjun and his wife were dumbfounded. They didn't expect the Zhao family to be so big and the traitor of the dragon tribe to be so strong. Zhu Tianjun couldn't help but worry. The Zhao family was already so powerful in the spiritual world. How terrifying would the hidden Zhao family in the immortal world be? The funny thing was that the immortal world had been peaceful for a long time, so many cultivators subconsciously forgot to take precautions. We met the Zhao family when we were about to arrive at the receiving town. In Zhu Tianjuan's house, Zhu Xiaoning was usually the one talking. Yang Chen was responsible for drinking wine with Zhu Tianjun from time to time. But when Zhu Xiaoning said that, Zhu Tianjun finally spoke for the first time. What happened? Tell me in detail. Zhu Xiaoning didn't hide anything. She told him everything about the Zhao family. Of course, Zhu Xiaoning didn't mention the people from the spectral soul sect. However, the experts from the Zhao family alone were enough to attract Zhu Tianjuan's attention. Li Jing's pagoda fell into their hands. This is a clue that can be traced. After hearing the conditions the Zhao family had offered Yang Chen, Zhu Tianjun immediately knew how to investigate the Zhao family. When he heard about Madame Bai's appearance, Zhu Tianjun expressed his concern again. Of course, he was concerned about Madame Bai's true identity. Madame Bai had interacted with Yang Chen and the others in the spiritual world. At first, Zhu Tianjun thought they were just ordinary seclusion experts. But now, it sounded like that wasn't the case at all. Madame Bai is Patriarch Lu's first wife. This time, it was Yang Chen who answered. His answer was also quite casual. However, those words were like a bolt from the blue to Zhu Tianjun and Madame Heavenly Lord's ears. Patriarch Lu's wife. How was that possible? Patriarch Lu was a member of the old heavenly court. Although he had been missing for a long time, Patriarch Lu's powerful battle strength was definitely the nightmare of all enemies who had fought against him. Even now, the heavenly court wasn't sure if Patriarch Lu was dead. But they heard that Patriarch Lu had sent Madame Bai to the spiritual world for protection tens of thousands of years ago. How could Patriarch Lu have died in the heavenly court's rebellion? After the shock, Zhu Tianjun and Madame Bai were pleasantly surprised. Yang Chen and Mrs. Bai actually had such a close relationship. Even her own daughter was very close to Mrs. Bai's party. This was simply a great thing. Once Patriarch Lu returned in the future, they would owe him a huge favor. Basically, the family banquet was almost over. Madame Heavenly Lord arranged a place for Yang Chen and the three girls to stay. Then, she pulled Zhu Xiaoning along and continued to ask her about her experience in the spiritual world. How could something that had happened thousands of years ago be explained in a single meal? Yang Chen, the son-in-law of the Heavenly Lord, had finally obtained Zhu Tianjuan's approval. The cultivators outside didn't know what they were thinking, but inside the Heavenly Lord residence, all the servants and maids would greet Yang Chen respectfully and address him as son-in-law. None of them dared to look down on Yang Chen because of his low cultivation. Gao Gong Sunling was also relieved. He had finally obtained the approval of Zhu Xianing's parents. Her husband more or less had a very clear backer. He was no longer alone when he had just ascended. He had barely found a place to stay. However, Yang Chen didn't plan to stay in the Heavenly Lord residence for long. After resolving the issue of his father-in-law's approval, Yang Chen needed to immediately go and talk to the people from the Black Heaven sect. He just didn't know who he would meet at that address. Chapter 25:11. Zhu Xianing stayed at the Heavenly Lord residence. Gao Gong Sunling and Dao Junki also stayed there. Zhu Xianing and Madam Heavenly Lord had a lot to talk about and wouldn't leave anytime soon. Yang Chen left the Heavenly Lord residence by himself. His excuse to Zhu Tianjun was to understand the situation in the immortal world and then find a suitable place to set up a sect in Chunyang Palace. His real purpose was to secretly go to the address given by Black Heaven sect and see what Black Heaven sect's intentions were. Yang Chen had a general idea of the immortal world. In his previous life, he had stayed here for thousands of years. That was enough for Yang Chen to travel to most of the areas. The attitude of the profound Heaven sect, Yang Chen could probably guess a few points. Since Black Heaven sect could incite most sects to overthrow the old heavenly court, they were definitely an ambitious sect. They wouldn't allow their own sect to slowly decline. They would find ways to restore their past glory, and Chunyang Palace seemed to be the most suitable sect to do so. The address recorded on the jade slip wasn't very secretive. It was even in the Heavenly Court's capital. But even so, the Heavenly Court's capital had a radius of millions of miles. With such a large area, no one would notice such an inconspicuous place. Yang Chen rushed to a small corner where the spiritual power was not very abundant. Because the spiritual veins were not abundant enough, there were not many cultivators here. Only a few rogue cultivators lived here, built a small town, and a small inn that could not be smaller. These as a whole formed a simple and complete circle that was enough for cultivators to live in. In the only small shop in the town, Yang Chen bought a few kinds of herbs and went to the inn to open a pill refining room. He hung a sign saying closed door pill refining and sealed the door. This kind of thing was very common in the immortal world. Because this was the Heavenly Court's capital, there was no need to worry about safety. When people didn't have a suitable place to refine pills, they would go to an inn in the Heavenly Court's capital and open a pill refining room. After sealing the pill refining room, Yang Chen pretended to refine a furnace of pills. When he felt that no one was watching him, he cast a few spells. The technique directly struck the pill furnace in the alchemy room. After the pill furnace flashed, a passageway appeared out of thin air inside the pill furnace. When Yang Chen saw the passage appear, he jumped in without thinking. After Yang Chen jumped in, the dark passage was instantly closed, and the flame of the alchemy furnace burned again. Except for the lack of a person, it was as if nothing had happened. The passage was very long and dark, but for a cultivator like Yang Chen, it was like nothing had happened. Under the probing of his divine sense, everything in the passageway appeared in front of him. It was exceptionally clear. Yang Chen followed the passage for a while. After walking for a while, the passage behind him would disappear inexplicably. Even if Yang Chen wanted to go back, there was no way. If someone wanted to harm Yang Chen, it was estimated that Yang Chen would not be able to escape. This was obviously a temporary passageway. As long as someone passed through it, it would disappear. It was very suitable for hiding one's tracks. After walking for almost half a month, Yang Chen finally walked out of the passage. Outside the passageway was another room. The furnishings inside looked like an ordinary alchemy furnace. Yang Chen once again used the same method and struck out a Dharma art. Another passage appeared on the alchemy furnace and Yang Chen walked in again. Yang Chen went through this process at least 3 times. He walked through 3 passages and spent almost 3 months before he finally reached his destination. When Yang Chen walked out of the last passage, he saw a familiar face. Sect Master Wang of the Mystic Heaven Sect spiritual realm, the one before Sect Master Li, had ascended after being plotted against by Yang Chen. However, Everyone in the Mystic Heaven sect had always thought that he had been plotted against by a spy from the Zhao family. Greetings, Sect Master. When Yang Chen saw Sect Master Wang, he immediately bowed. Since he was acting, he had to be thorough. Sect Master Wang kindly helped Yang Chen up. After looking at Yang Chen's face for a while, he nodded and said, "Yang Chen, it's been hard on you in the spiritual realm." Relying on the information from other sects' ascended disciples, the Mystic Heaven sect slowly grasped the information about the spiritual realm. They had more or less understood what had happened. The higher-ups of the Mystic Heaven sect sighed at the destruction of the Mystic Heaven sect in the spiritual realm. Only Sect Master Wang and the current Jade Emperor were indifferent. Only Sect Master Wang and the current Jade Emperor knew about Yang Chen's secret identity. On this point, Sect Master Wang was much more cautious than most people in the Mystic Heaven sect. Even though he sent Zhu Sheng and the others to bring down Kwa Yi's secret mental cultivation method for Yang Chen, Sect Master Wang and the Jade Emperor did not reveal Yang Chen's identity to anyone. Fortunately, Yang Chen's identity was not exposed. Later, the Mystic Heaven sect's disciples were all accepted by the Chunyang Palace under the arrangement of Sect Master Li. From the Jade Emperor's point of view, Yang Chen had made a great contribution to the Mystic Heaven sect. He had almost completely preserved the bloodline of the Mystic Heaven sect. Because of this, the Mystic Heaven sect's foundation was not completely destroyed. Yang Chen was the main contributor. Therefore, as soon as Yang Chen ascended, he received a message from the Mystic Heaven sect's disciple. Up until now, the welcoming disciple was probably still confused and had no idea what was going on. The task he received was to give a jade slip to the ascended cultivators who came to the Mystic Heaven sect to kowtow. He did not even know if anyone would come back to the Mystic Heaven sect to kowtow. You did a good job in the spiritual realm. Sect Master Wang was also very satisfied with this proud disciple of Sect Master Li. After constantly praising him, he said to Yang Chen, "It's good that you're here. I'll introduce you to someone." Yang Chen naturally listened to Sect Master Wang's arrangement, even though he knew that Sect Master Wang had only ascended for about 2,000 years and his status in the immortal realm was not very high. However, Sect Master Wang ascended as a Sect Master. Even if his status was low, it would not be too low. The person who was personally introduced by Sect Master Wang must be very important. Yang Chen also braced himself and prepared to deal with it. It should be known that the high-level members of the Mystic Heaven sect in the immortal realm were all tribulation true immortals. If they were not careful, they would be exposed under all kinds of pressure. Following Sect Master Wang out of the room, Yang Chen did not know where he was for a while. Sect Master Wang took Yang Chen to fly for a while and entered a slightly larger but equally ordinary room. Then, Yang Chen saw the person that Sect Master Wang was going to introduce. That person was sitting on the only chair in the middle of the room. Everything around him looked very ordinary, so ordinary that people could ignore it at any time. However, the person sitting on the chair attracted all of Yang Chen's attention. That person exuded a majesty of the world. Even if he was just sitting there casually, there was a feeling of the world worshipping him. Behind the plain figure, there seemed to be thousands of rays of auspicious qi shining. Chapter 25:12. Only the previous sect master of the Shentian sect in the immortal world, the new Jade Emperor, could have such a spirit just by sitting there. As the Jade Emperor, he had to be in charge of the heavenly court and the immortal world. Naturally, he could not only serve the Shentian sect, so the Jade Emperor resigned as the sect master of the Shentian sect. Of course, this was only on the surface. Within the Shentian sect, the new Jade Emperor still had the final say. The Jade Emperor knew this, and the cultivators of the other sect also knew this. The Jade Emperor knew that the cultivators of the other sect knew, and the cultivators of the other sect also knew that the Jade Emperor knew that they knew. Everyone had a tacit understanding, and no one pointed it out. Now that the Jade Emperor was here, it meant that he was still completely in charge of the Shentian sect. At least, he had to ask about the merger of the Chunyang Palace and the Shentian sect in the spiritual world. Hearing Sect Master Wang and Yang Chen walking in, the Jade Emperor, who had closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as the Jade Emperor opened his eyes, Yang Chen immediately felt a supreme pressure fall directly on him, making him have an urge to kneel down. He wanted to resist, but Yang Chen suddenly thought of the identity of the other party and immediately bowed to the other party. No matter what identity Yang Chen had, when he saw the Jade Emperor, he had to kneel down to the Jade Emperor before Yang Chen immediately raised the flag to rebel. This was a great etiquette in the immortal world. Not to mention Yang Chen, even the sect masters of the other 4 sects, the Island Master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Blue Cloud Sect Master, the 5 Elements Sect Master, and the Chenkuan Sect Master had to kneel down when they saw the Jade Emperor. It was not shameful for Yang Chen to kneel down. Rise. The Jade Emperor observed Yang Chen with great interest. His pair of bright eyes seemed to be able to see through all obstacles. He could easily see through some of Yang Chen's hidden assets. The Jade Emperor looked purely and did not use any divine sense to probe at all. It seemed that in his realm, the Jade Emperor had already believed that no one could hide anything under his all-seeing eyes. Not bad, little fellow. After watching for a while, the Jade Emperor grinned and praised to sect leader Wang, "We have only sent Kwa Yi's secret technique down for a few days, but he has already reached the 2nd level. Indeed, he is born to be most suitable for this kind of body-strengthening magic." Even though Yang Chen was already more than 3,000 years old, in front of the Jade Emperor, who had lived for God knows how many tens of thousands of years, he was indeed a little guy. One had to know that when the Jade Emperor ascended the throne, Yang Chen had just become the executioner of the immortal slaying platform and had yet to start cultivating. The way the Jade Emperor addressed Yang Chen as a little fellow showed his satisfaction and friendliness towards him. Yang Chen also revealed a flattered expression at the right time. However, the Jade Emperor accurately stated the realm of his body refining technique, which made Yang Chen slightly surprised. Even though he was mentally prepared, his face showed that he was extremely shocked. This shocked expression was undoubtedly the best way to flatter the Jade Emperor. It made the Jade Emperor instantly have a good impression of this junior. "You've done very well in the spiritual realm." The Jade Emperor looked like a person who cherished his words like gold, but in front of Yang Chen, he praised him twice in a row. A golden light was emitted from the Jade Emperor's hand and landed on Yang Chen's body, making Yang Chen's entire body shine with golden light. Before Yang Chen knew what had happened, the Jade Emperor's voice had already sounded, "This is a treasure light on the plaque of the Lingxiao King Palace. It can strengthen the power of any of your magic treasures. It's a reward for you." "Thank you, Jade Emperor, for the reward." Yang Chen hurriedly thanked him. In any case, he had gotten the good stuff. The reward also meant that the Jade Emperor and sect leader Wang did not find anything unusual with Yang Chen, which was a good thing. To be able to strengthen the power of any magic treasure, this reward was much more practical than giving tens of millions of merit points. Yang Chen now did not know which magic treasure to choose to strengthen. However, this problem was definitely a problem for the future. He still had to pass the current hurdle. No matter what, he had to reach an agreement with the Shentian sect. "I'll leave the rest to you." The Jade Emperor personally came forward and gave Yang Chen a reward. He no longer needed to deal with the specific matters personally. The specific intentions of the sect were already very clear, and sect leader Wang would naturally deal with it properly. Sect leader Wang and Yang Chen both bowed and sent the Jade Emperor off. When the Jade Emperor's aura could no longer be sensed, sect leader Wang let out a long breath and turned to Yang Chen with a smile on his face. "Well done, the Jade Emperor is also very satisfied." After praising Yang Chen again, sect leader Wang had an envious expression on his face, as if he was very envious of Yang Chen's golden light. "This disciple is indebted to sect leader for taking care of me. This can be considered as filial piety to sect leader." Yang Chen's eyes were very sharp, and he immediately saw sect leader Wang's envy. Without saying anything, he was about to give away the golden light in his hand. "This is a reward from the Jade Emperor." How can the Jade Emperor's words be given away so casually? Sect leader Wang did not dare to accept Yang Chen's filial piety easily. He shook his head directly. "After settling everything, you can focus on breaking through the art of alchemy and become a 9th-grade alchemist. Just refine a furnace of pills for me." Of course, Yang Chen had no problem with this kind of request, and both sides were naturally happy. The Jade Emperor was not there, and only Yang Chen and sect leader Wang were left. The atmosphere was also much more harmonious. Yang Chen even took out good wine, poured it for sect leader Wang, and brought it to sect leader Wang with both hands. Sect leader Wang was also very satisfied with Yang Chen's attitude. After enjoying this disciple's filial piety with a clear conscience, he slowly explained the intentions of the higher-ups of the Shentian sect. The Shentian sect would definitely rise again. There was no doubt about this. The Shentian sect, which had been domineering for countless years, would never lose all its spirit because of a little setback. Originally, things were very troublesome, but now that there was the unexpected joy of Chunyang Palace, everything was not a problem. Yang Chen could develop freely in the immortal realm. In the short term, the Shentian sect would not interfere with the development of Chunyang Palace, let alone suppress it. They would even secretly support it. But on the surface, Chunyang Palace still had nothing to do with the Shentian sect. When the Zhao family was dealt with and the major sect began to suppress the Shentian sect in many ways, it was believed that Chunyang Palace would have a firm foothold. At that time, the Shentian sect would annex Chunyang Palace and instantly restore the prestige of the world's #1 sect. It was believed that the faces of the higher-ups of the major sects would be very interesting. Yang Chen told him this as soon as he ascended, so that he could be prepared. At the same time, the great reward that the Jade Emperor gave to Yang Chen was also to make Yang Chen feel at ease, to let him know that as long as he worked with peace of mind, the Jade Emperor would definitely reward him. Don't worry, work with peace of mind, and there will definitely be benefits for you. Sect leader Wang also reassured Yang Chen on behalf of the Jade Emperor. Didn't you get the inheritance of the immortal slaying platform in the spiritual realm? If necessary, directly refine the immortal slaying platform in the immortal realm and completely control it. With the immortal slaying platform, let's see who dares to go against the Jade Emperor. Chapter 25:13. The Shentian sect had a good plan. To be exact, Yang Chen's ascension brought great hope to the Shentian sect. The Taishanmen in the mortal world and the Shentian sect in the spiritual world were destroyed one after another. This was a fatal blow to the Shentian sect in the immortal world. In addition, the idea of the Shentian sect to rebuild the Taishanmen in the mortal world had been shattered. The consciousness of the almighty immortal who was sent down had long been dead. It could be said that Yang Chen was now the only hope of the Shentian sect. Under such circumstances, the Shentian sect would not let Chunyang Palace be suppressed too badly in any case. This also meant that the future development of Chunyang Palace was actually destined to be glorious. The Shentian sect had a good plan, but they did not expect that Yang Chen still had a deep hatred for them. Yang Lan was dead, but Yang Chen still had to avenge the Shentian sect. You should refine this golden light as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain to outsiders. Sect Master Wang told Yang Chen. Although he was drooling over this golden light, this was a reward given by the Jade Emperor to Yang Chen. He did not dare to take it easily. He could only watch it. It was too uncomfortable to watch. It was better to let Yang Chen refine it as soon as possible. It was indeed inconvenient for Yang Chen to carry this golden light with him. Not to mention being coveted by other cultivators, it was hard to explain the source of the golden light. Could he tell Zhu Tianjun that this golden light was the treasure light of the Lingxiao Palace given to him by the Jade Emperor? Why? Could it be that Chunyang Palace and the Shentian sect were really unclear? Therefore, no matter what, Yang Chen had to refine the golden light immediately. However, when choosing the object to refine and strengthen, Yang Chen also muttered. Yang Chen now had two main magic weapons. One was the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. Of course, the immortal beheading saber was the main one. The other was the newly obtained Tai Chi golden ball. Of these two magic treasures, which one was very important to Yang Chen? Yang Chen really couldn't make a decision for a while. The improvement of the immortal beheading saber was something to look forward to. As long as he refined the immortal beheading platform and absorbed the immortal beheading saber in the immortal beheading platform, he would definitely achieve great success. Moreover, Yang Chen firmly believed that the future immortal slaying saber would definitely be extremely powerful. Even in the immortal world, it would not be weaker than some of the famous Dharma treasures in the three realms. The Tai Chi golden ball was even more extraordinary. It was born out of the golden bell of the Dragon Clan. Based on the principle of the mutual promotion and restraint of Tai Chi, it was almost directly connected to the Tao. Its defensive ability had reached the highest limit that Yang Chen's cultivation could reach. As long as Yang Chen's cultivation increased, the power of the Tai Chi golden ball would also increase. From the looks of it, the Tai Chi golden ball didn't really need to be upgraded. Yang Chen had the primordial heaven elixir. His cultivation could definitely be upgraded to the 10,000 tribulation true immortal. Moreover, he would definitely have higher achievements in the future. There were many possibilities for the Tai Chi golden ball to be upgraded in the future. There was no need to waste the treasure light of the soaring Heaven King Palace. Apart from these two magic treasures, Yang Chen basically had no other magic treasures that were worth more attention. Alchemy furnace. Yang Chen's alchemy furnace was indeed not strong enough at the moment. However, Yang Chen had already understood that the real alchemy technique did not rely on a powerful alchemy furnace. It still depended on the level of the alchemist. The Tao ancestor was so powerful in alchemy. When had he ever heard of the Tao ancestor refining the heaven and earth 8 trigrams furnace when he had nothing better to do? The rest of the magic treasures were all side branches. There was no need to waste them and expose them. After thinking about it, Yang Chen couldn't find a magic treasure that was worth using the treasure light. In the end, Yang Chen still looked at himself. Since everything was closely related to his cultivation, why not use the treasure light to strengthen himself? The golden body technique that Yang Chen cultivated was integrated with the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique. He used his own body as a magic treasure. Previously, it was very suitable for Yang Chen because he had integrated with the Dragon Clan Golden Bell. Later, the Dragon Clan Golden Bell evolved into the Tai Chi Golden Ball. It was not completely integrated with Yang Chen's body. It was only half integrated. The effect of the heaven and earth treasure cultivation technique in the golden body technique completely worked on Yang Chen. At first, it was not very useful for Yang Chen. However, after hundreds of years of cultivation, Yang Chen gradually found that it was not completely useless. It was just that the effect was not very obvious. After a long time, there was a great improvement. In other words, Yang Chen himself was also a magic treasure. Since everything was related to one's own cultivation, then wasn't it only natural to improve one's own strength? This was the most fundamental solution, right? Seeing Yang Chen sit down and begin to refine the golden light, Sect Master Wang sighed in his heart. He walked out and began to go into closed-door cultivation for Yang Chen. To be honest, there were only a few cultivators in the world who could make the spiritual realm sect master of the mysterious heaven sect personally go into closed-door cultivation for them. Yang Chen had just ascended a few days ago, and it was an honor for him to enjoy this kind of honor. The golden light was not difficult to refine. When Yang Chen was completely immersed in it, the golden light seemed to understand Yang Chen's meaning. It began to penetrate into every inch of Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen could feel a comfortable feeling as if his whole body was immersed in some kind of comfortable liquid. He only felt a burst of refreshment and comfort. It was as if he was being massaged by the most skilled masseur in the world. Every massage was just right, allowing every tired part of Yang Chen's body to recover and strengthen. After a long time, Yang Chen opened his eyes and stood up. After a simple check, Yang Chen also smiled. His cultivation did not improve, at least there was no obvious change in his spiritual power realm, but his body had still changed greatly. What changed was the realm of his body refining technique. Before refining, his body refining technique had already reached the second realm of Kwa Yi's secret technique, and he had been cultivating for nearly 1,000 years. However, with this level of body refining technique, 1,000 years of cultivation could only increase a small level. Which of the masters of the Kwa Yi family in the immortal realm did not have at least tens of thousands of years of cultivation? Now, under the nourishment of the soaring Heaven King Palace's treasure light, Yang Chen's body refining technique had at least reached the peak of the second realm of Kwa Yi's secret technique. Although he had not yet completed the breakthrough of a big realm, It was enough to save Yang Chen tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation. No wonder even Sect Master Wang had such an envious expression. It turned out that this thing was really so extraordinary. Good stuff. Sect Master Wang heard the movement and walked in. When he saw Yang Chen, he didn't seem to notice his changes. Sect Master Wang's cultivation was still low, far from the Jade Emperor's eyes. Seeing that Yang Chen had put away the golden light, Sect Master Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Yang Chen, "You'd better leave here. In the following days, you will have to work hard. If Chunyang Palace wants to establish a sect, it is estimated that it will inevitably be suppressed by others. We can't help you openly. Take care." Chapter 25:14. After receiving the position of commander of the Immortal Slaying Platform, Zhu Tianjun happily brought Yang Chen back to the Heavenly Lord residence. Then, the whole family set off. Zhu Tianjun and Madam Heavenly Lord brought Yang Chen, Zhu Xianying, and the other 4 women to the Heavenly Court's most famous merit market. Yang Chen and the others were new here, so there must be a lot of useful things to exchange. Yang Chen was very satisfied, so was Zhu Tianjun. The official on duty in the Ministry of Personnel was also very satisfied. This was because Yang Chen was very filial and gave him a few barrier-dispelling pills that Yang Chen had personally refined. When she saw the merit value on Yang Chen's merit ring, the eyes of the Madam of the Heavenly Lord stared directly like a copper bell, and her mouth directly uttered a scream. The executioner of the Immortal Slaying Platform, the official in charge of receiving Yang Chen, couldn't help but feel a subconscious rejection. It was as if interacting with such a low-level servant would lower his character. If Yang Chen hadn't been personally brought here by Zhu Tianjun, the official on duty wouldn't have paid any attention to Yang Chen. Didn't the higher-ups arrange a new position for Yang Chen? Zhu Tianjun smiled as he watched the official on duty finish all this. As for the previous commander, he didn't even know that Yang Chen had left the Immortal Slaying Platform. What right did he have to be a commander? When Yang Chen's news reached the higher-ups, he was stripped of his commander title. However, when the official from the Ministry of Rights picked up the name list and started to check on Yang Chen, he suddenly realized that Yang Chen's new position had already been arranged. Furthermore, it was personally arranged by one of the 6 assistant ministers. This seemed a little interesting. However, to Yang Chen, this so-called salary really didn't mean much. The salary of the Heavenly Court was directly the merit, which was directly transferred from the Heavenly Court to Yang Chen's merit ring. It was not a large amount, but it was not a small amount either. There were at least 10 million merit points. However, such a small amount of merit points was nothing to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was very famous in the spirit realm. Almost everyone knew about him. However, in the immortal realm, only a few people who paid attention to him knew about him. Most cultivators did not know about Yang Chen. Even in the Ministry of Personnel, if it weren't for Yang Chen's special status as the executioner of the Immortal Slaying Platform, the officials of the Ministry of Personnel probably wouldn't even know that there was such a cultivator in the Heavenly Court. It was perfectly normal for him to get the salary he deserved from the Heavenly Court, and no one could say anything strange about it. Heavenly Lord Zhu personally brought the son-in-law he had just approved to the Ministry of Appointments of the Heavenly Court to work for Yang Chen. Which one of the wily old foxes in the Ministry of Personnel wasn't a smart person? Seeing this, the smile on his face became even more cordial, and his tone became much more polite. Even Heavenly Lord Zhu was surprised by Yang Chen's change from arrogance to humility. The officials on duty in the Ministry of Personnel immediately looked gloomy. Every radish in the Heavenly Court had its own pit now. How could there be extra pits for a new radish like Yang Chen? Moreover, Yang Chen was only a golden immortal. There were many infinite tribulation true immortals waiting in line for the Heavenly Court to make arrangements for them. How could a junior like Yang Chen dare to ask such a question? Yang Chen's new position was handled as quickly as possible, and the grade of his merit ring was directly changed. Originally, Yang Chen was the executioner of the Immortal Slaying Platform, but now he was the commander of the entire Immortal Slaying Platform. In other words, from selecting the executioner to managing the group of heavenly soldiers guarding the entrance of the Immortal Slaying Platform, it was all Yang Chen's responsibility. Yang Chen, If you don't have enough merit points, just take them from me. Madam of Heavenly Lord Ju kindly paid for all the expenses of Yang Chen's family, and asked them to look around to see if there was anything they wanted. Of course, Madam of Heavenly Lord Ju had enough face. Not only did she let this reluctant official see Yang Chen with a smile on his face, but she also gave Yang Chen a salary according to the number of years Yang Chen had served on the immortal slaying platform. Not only that, she also took the initiative to pay Yang Chen interest according to the number of years Yang Chen had served on the immortal slaying platform. Since it was Heavenly Lord Ju's face, the official of the Ministry of Personnel gave Heavenly Lord Ju face, and began to take out the name list of the officials of the Heavenly Court, trying to squeeze out a place for Yang Chen. Many innumerable tribulation true immortals queuing up in the Ministry of Personnel were surprised to see the official on duty send Heavenly Lord Ju and Yang Chen out of the door with an apologetic smile, and did not forget to say a very melodramatic farewell. The main person who was sending them off was a junior golden immortal, which made many people's jaws drop. "Auntie, I still have some merit points." Yang Chen hurriedly refused. What a joke. It was not kind of him to spend his mother-in-law's money as soon as he arrived. As he spoke, Yang Chen took out his merit ring and pointed at the number on it for Madam of Heavenly Lord to see. Whether the effect Yang Chen said was true or not, the fact that he followed Heavenly Lord Ju here and did not forget to show filial piety showed that this junior was worthy of training and was a talent. Judging from Heavenly Lord Ju's words, he did not know about this arrangement, otherwise, he would not have used his face to urge this matter. But how could Yang Chen, this little guy, make such a big figure personally arrange a new direction for him? But it was not Yang Chen who asked this question, but Heavenly Lord Ju. Heavenly Lord Ju, one of the four marshals, was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the whole capital of the Heavenly Court was saying that Heavenly Lord Ju's daughter had ascended from the spiritual realm and brought back a son-in-law. If he guessed correctly, this Yang Chen should be Heavenly Lord Ju's son-in-law. You have a position in the Heavenly Court, but you haven't done it for many years. Since you've ascended to the immortal realm, you should get your salary back no matter what. Heavenly Lord Ju quite approved of this son-in-law of his, so he tried to fight for benefits for Yang Chen in all aspects. Yang Chen finally returned to Heavenly Lord Ju's mansion. During these months, no one in the mansion, including Heavenly Lord Ju, asked what Yang Chen did when he went out. At least, Heavenly Lord Ju had vaguely discovered that Yang Chen had undergone some good changes. Although his cultivation did not increase, his strength had increased a lot. This must be the change after Yang Chen went out, so there was nothing to be curious about. This was in line with Yang Chen's previous duties as an executioner. Even the most dissatisfied cultivators had to admit that Yang Chen was definitely qualified to be the commander after seeing this arrangement. Cultivators had their own Tao. Some things couldn't be said to other outsiders, even if it was his own wife, sometimes he would hide it. This was a common thing, so Yang Chen was very natural about it. Fortunately, Yang Chen was just an executioner before. No matter how much he improved, he could not rise to the top in a single step. At most, he was just a servant or a strong man in the Heavenly Court. Heavenly Lord Ju should also know the rules, so it was easy to satisfy him. If Yang Chen asked the question himself, he would definitely be spat at by the official on duty in the Ministry of Personnel. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? Although the official on duty in the Ministry of Personnel was a civil servant, he was still an infinite tribulation true immortal. He could throw Yang Chen out of the southern heavenly gate with one finger. Yang Chen was an executioner, but now that he had come out of the immortal beheading platform, it seemed that it would not be convenient for him to be an executioner again. Even if Yang Chen was willing, Heavenly Lord Ju did not want his daughter to be a widow, so it was inevitable that he would give Yang Chen a new position. Chapter 25:15. Yang Chen's merit points were terrifying. Even though Brother Li Cheng had taken most of Yang Chen's merit points, the merit points left on the Xianlong merit stele were at least on the order of 10 to the power of 24. Such a long string of numbers could really blind the eyes of ordinary cultivators. After all, there were many infinite tribulation true immortals who cultivated for tens of thousands of years in the immortal realm, yet they could not get even 1% of Yang Chen's merit points. Moreover, The new heavenly court had only been established for a mere 3,000 years. There was no time for most of the cultivators in the immortal realm to accumulate such a huge amount of merit points. Cultivators who could obtain such a number of merit points were at least bigwigs who could enter the numinous heaven palace to stand guard. Strictly speaking, there were no more than 100 of them. Even if it was Zhu Tianjun, it was just about the same amount of merit. It was very likely that it was much less than Yang Chen's, because in a hurry, it was impossible to count the length of the number, it was always very long. However, Yang Chen was just a golden immortal junior who had just ascended. Even if he became a golden immortal right after ascending, which was a realm higher than those Shen immortals who ascended, he was still a junior in the immortal realm. How could he have so much merit points? The problem was that nobody could object to the merit points that Yang Chen had. Cultivators who knew about Yang Chen's deeds in the spiritual realm knew what role Yang Chen had played in the great tribulation of the spiritual realm. With such a huge contribution, it was very normal for him to obtain such a huge amount of merit points. If the amount of merit points was enough to surprise Madam of Heavenly Lord, then the string of golden numbers on Yang Chen's merit ring was even more shocking. The number of merit points on Yang Chen's merit was golden. What kind of merit points could be golden? There were only two situations. One was the merit points that were recognized by all bigwigs who were qualified to stand guard in the numinous heaven palace, and the merit points that were given by the Jade Emperor. That was golden. The other one was engraved on the merit stele of Swan Ni, a descendant of the Dragon clan. It was also golden. Both were golden, but there was a difference between the two. The one recognized by the Jade Emperor was pale gold, while the one on the merit stele of Swan Ni was dark gold. The merit points recorded on the Jade Emperor's iron plaque could only be used in the current dynasty. Once the dynasty was overthrown like the previous dynasty, it would be worthless. But the dark gold merit points were different. It was a great merit that could go through thousands of dynasties and generations and would never disappear. There were many dragons in the immortal realm, but the descendants of the Dragon clan. Of the Dragon clan. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for a noble race like the Dragon clan to tolerate the existence of such impure descendants. As for the power of the Dragon clan, unless they encountered some top-notch experts, they could practically sweep through the entire immortal world. If a descendant like Xiao Tian and Long Xian, whose bloodline was not pure enough, encountered the Dragon clan alone, there would only be one outcome, and that was to be directly obliterated by the experts of the Dragon clan and have their bloodline taken back. The number of surviving Swan Ni in the immortal realm could be counted on one hand, and each of them could contend with the experts of the Dragon clan. They could make the experts of the Dragon clan feel that they had to pay a heavy price to make them disappear. How could such a powerful creature easily record merit points for others? What's more, there was a limit to the merit points recorded on the Swan Ni. Once it started, it would be best to record the merit points of one cultivator, no more than 3 cultivators. Once it exceeded this number, the quality of the merit stele would decrease, and the recorded merit would be greatly reduced. It would be less than 10%, or even less than 100%. How many ordinary cultivators could fill up a Swan Ni's merit stele? Apart from the freak Yang Chen, there were very few such cultivators. Swan Ni were so rare in the immortal realm and there were so many restrictions. Even Madam Heavenly Monarch had never seen a cultivator with dark gold merit points. But now, her eyes told her that her son-in-law, the newly ascended young cultivator Yang Chen, had dark gold merit points. Not to mention how high Yang Chen's cultivation was, not to mention how talented Yang Chen was, not to mention how great Yang Chen's future potential was, just this dark gold merit points was enough to make Madam Heavenly Monarch firmly believe that her son-in-law could not be anyone other than Yang Chen. In addition to merit points, spirit stones were also accepted here. However, after seeing Yang Chen's merit value, Madam of the Lord of Heaven's wife didn't even think about the spirit stones and threw them to the back of her head. Although she knew that her son-in-law could directly use the purest spirit stones to kill people, even if it was just a simple calculation of spirit stones. With the prestige of a heavenly monarch and the merit points of a son-in-law, Madam Heavenly Monarch couldn't wait to walk sideways in the merit points market. Even if she still had to maintain her ladylike temperament, Madam Heavenly Monarch couldn't help but look down from time to time. Madam Heavenly Monarch was happy. She was really happy. Even though she was already a 10,000 tribulation true immortal, Madam Heavenly Monarch still showed extreme excitement when she went shopping with a big bag of money. She skipped the low-level places and went straight to the most luxurious Heavenly Court's largest store. On the way, Madam Heavenly Monarch didn't forget to ask her daughter how many merit points she had. Since her son-in-law had already obtained so many merit points, her daughter should be doing well too, right? Of course, Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junkie had already been adopted by Madam Heavenly Monarch, so they were all considered as daughters. Just as Madam Heavenly Monarch expected, not only Zhu Xianying, but also Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Dao Junkie were all rare wealthy people with merit points in the celestial world. Almost all of them had participated in saving the spiritual realm, refining the demon realm, and refining the demon realm, and all of them had obtained a lot of merit points. Especially Gong Sunling, her merit points were almost the same as her husband's. After all, among all the things, the Mountain River geographical map was the one with the highest participation. Naturally, Gong Suanling's contribution was second only to Yang Chen's. How could it be less? The only shortcoming was that their merit points were just ordinary merit points, without any other color, so they were not as precious as Yang Chen's. But on the other hand, how could merit points be obtained so easily? Madam Heavenly Monarch led her son-in-law and daughters into the Heavenly Court's merit points shop in the most domineering manner. She held her head high and sat directly on the largest guest seat inside. She pointed with her chin at the 10,000 tribulation true immortal shop assistant who came out to greet the guests and ordered slowly, "Take out the list of your most expensive good." The shop assistant was very perceptive. He knew these were rich guests at first glance. Without saying anything, he gave each of them a jade slip and served them the best spiritual tea in the shop. Yang Chen reached out and picked up the jade slip. With his divine sense, he saw the contents of the jade slip. Then, the next moment, Yang Chen's eyes widened. Chapter 25:16. Yang Chen didn't have time to look at the other things, but the first thing he saw was the soaring cloud treasure light. This was ranked first. To exchange for the soaring cloud treasure light, one would need at least 10 billion golden merit points. This was truly a good thing. Yang Chen had just used the soaring cloud treasure light given by the Jade Emperor to upgrade his body and raise Kwa Yi's secret technique to the peak of the second level. Yang Chen was just regretting that the soaring cloud treasure light given by the Jade Emperor was a little too little, and it wasn't effective enough to upgrade Kwa Yi's secret technique. But now, he was about to see the soaring cloud treasure light that he could buy. In his previous life, it wasn't that Yang Chen had never been to a merit town. However, in his previous life, Yang Chen only had a pitiful few thousand merit points. He never had more than 10,000 merit points. How could he have the qualifications to come to such a high-class place? He had never been here before, so he naturally didn't know that there would be such a pleasant surprise. In addition, Yang Chen also realized why the Jade Emperor didn't say anything when he gave him the soaring cloud treasure light. The Jade Emperor clearly wanted Yang Chen to discover the value of the soaring cloud treasure light by himself. Then, he would understand his good intentions and make Yang Chen feel grateful to the Jade Emperor. Then, he would work hard for the Shentian sect. Yang Chen now truly understood the Jade Emperor's painstaking efforts. However, he still had to do what he had to do. The price of the soaring cloud treasure light was really high. It was so high that even though all the cultivators knew that it was a good thing, no one could afford it. Even a big shot like Zhu Tianjun couldn't afford it. 1 golden merit point was equivalent to 10 ordinary merit points, but 10 ordinary merit points couldn't be exchanged for 1 golden merit point. This was also the reason why Zhu Tianjun couldn't afford the soaring cloud treasure light even though he had a huge amount of spiritual power. Almost instantly, Yang Chen knew what he was going to buy. He had to get this soaring cloud treasure light, no matter the cost. Madam of the Heavenly Monarch immediately took the role of the leader of the shopping spree. She and her 4 daughters excitedly evaluated the items on the list one by one. She listed all the items that the 4 girls needed or might be of use, and then carefully selected them one by one. One had to know that all the girls were rich. Without Yang Chen, they could buy anything that didn't require golden merit points. The discussion between the mother and daughter was in full swing, wishing they could take everything home. Yang Chen basically couldn't participate in this kind of scene. If he had to participate, his only chance would be to pay the bill. Yang Chen is not impatient. It is rare for the women to have such a chance to relax. Let them enjoy it for a while. Yang Chen himself began to look at the order of the list one by one and ponder carefully. This was the highest level shop, and also the most expensive shop. Many of the things they sold were unimaginably good magic treasures. Unfortunately, it was not that many magic treasures were not worth the price, but they were not suitable for Yang Chen and the girls. Therefore, Yang Chen did not choose the most expensive ones. Instead, he asked the shop assistant to take a list of medicinal herbs, prescriptions, and alchemy, and carefully checked them one by one. Soon, Yang Chen found a lot of good things on this list. Not to mention, among the 3 key medicinal herbs to concoct the red beauty heart, there was one here. This was something that could only be encountered by chance. Since he encountered it, Yang Chen immediately placed an order and took it. Seeing that Yang Chen had already started to buy things here, Madam of the Heavenly Monarch and the 4 girls looked over. However, when they saw that Yang Chen was buying medicinal herbs, they immediately stopped caring and continued with their purchasing choices. Yang Chen also landed quietly and looked over one by one. When he encountered medicinal herbs of good age, he directly took them. Anyway, he was an alchemist. No one would feel wrong buying medicinal herbs here. After choosing some medicinal herbs, Yang Chen looked at the prescriptions. In his previous life, Yang Chen had mastered many prescriptions, but those prescriptions could be regarded as peerless good things in the spiritual realm in the mortal world, but in the immortal realm, they were basically mediocre. In his previous life, Yang Chen was not qualified to touch high-grade goods, but now, he finally had the capital to choose and own them. At least dozens of high-grade prescriptions worth more than 10 billion merit points were bought by Yang Chen. Yang Chen's decisiveness in placing orders and allocating merit points made the true immortal shop assistant who was in charge of receiving them dumbfounded. Since when could a golden immortal junior spend tens of billions of merit points to buy so many goods without hesitation? To be honest, since the opening of the new Heavenly Court's Merit Town, there had never been such a rich customer. Although the shop assistant was already a true immortal, when facing such a rich person, he could not help but put away the contempt in his heart and serve him wholeheartedly. At first glance, he knew that Yang Chen was an alchemist, so he naturally tried to sell related things. It was hard to meet a rich customer, and if he met one, he would make him bleed a lot. Seeing that Yang Chen had turned over the medicinal herbs and prescriptions, the shop assistant asked with a meaningful look, "Distinguished guest, there are a few good alchemy furnaces here, would you like to have a look?" Alchemy furnace? Yang Chen was interested. The alchemy furnace used by Yang Chen now was used by his disciple Mo Chunmai. Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace had been passed on to his disciple, because he no longer needed to use the profound spirit furnace to improve the grade of the elixirs. Now, this furnace could only be regarded as ordinary goods in the spiritual realm, and it was far from being a fine product. In the spiritual realm, it could only be regarded as ordinary goods, and in the immortal realm, it was estimated that it could not even be ranked as a common product. Yang Chen thought about it and decided to see what good things there were. A brand new jade slip was sent to Yang Chen's hands, which was a lot of introductions to the alchemy furnace. Yang Chen still had the right to speak about the alchemy furnace. He looked at it one by one, and it was clear that these were all good things, but none of them made Yang Chen tempted. Those that increased the grade, increased the firepower, increased the balance, and increased the success rate of alchemy, Yang Chen did not need any of them. These were not good for Yang Chen's alchemy techniques, but they would make Yang Chen rely on them. If it was really a gain type, wouldn't it be better for Yang Chen to keep the profound spirit furnace? That was one of the 10 strongest alchemy furnaces in the immortal realm. Soon, Yang Chen saw the end of the list, and a unique name attracted Yang Chen's attention. 3 stars Auspicious Alchemy Furnace. This was a very interesting name. Yang Chen didn't guess which 3 stars these 3 stars were at first, until he read the introduction to understand that these were the Fortune, and Longevity 3 stars. It was just an alchemy furnace, but also dared to call it such a name. And Yang Chen had never heard of this alchemy furnace in his previous life, so it was not a tyrannical item. But the introduction of this alchemy furnace made Yang Chen very surprised. The fortune, and longevity 3-star alchemy furnace could randomly increase one of the 3-star attributes of the successful refining of the elixir. That is to say, the successful refining of the elixir may increase one's lifespan, or increase one's fortune, which was very magical. Chapter 25:17. For mortals, Fu, Lu, and longevity were just a beautiful wish that they prayed to the heavens. It was something that they could not control. But for cultivators, Fu, Lu, and longevity were not some kind of illusory hope, but something that they could try to control in their hands. This 3-star alchemy furnace could actually randomly increase one of the attributes of the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars. Such an alchemy furnace, wasn't it a bit too heaven-defying? No matter how powerful a cultivator was, no one would be unwilling to be blessed by the 3 stars, such a good thing that they could not even beg for. Who would push it away? This was also something that made Yang Chen puzzled. Since everyone hoped for it, why did no one want this 3-star alchemy furnace? Was it very expensive? There was no doubt about this. It would be strange if such an alchemy furnace was not expensive. The price marked on it was almost comparable to the Soaring Heaven Treasure Light. The difference was that the Soaring Heaven Treasure Light required golden merit, while the 3-star alchemy furnace only required ordinary merit. Logically speaking, although the price was very high, it was not so high that no one in the immortal world could afford it. Who knew how many experts and big shots could easily buy it? Could it be that there was something wrong with it? Just thinking of this, Yang Chen immediately shook his head. How could it be? What was this place? This was the Heavenly Court's merit market. Daring to fake it here, did they eat the dragon's heart and phoenix's gall? Looking down, Yang Chen saw the restrictions of the 3-star alchemy furnace. At the same time, he also understood the origin of this 3-star alchemy furnace. This 3-star alchemy furnace was indeed related to the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars, and it was a very direct relationship. This alchemy furnace was refined by the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars together, and it was a very direct relationship. According to Yang Chen's understanding of the Fu, Lu, and longevity stars in his previous life, none of them were alchemists, so why would they refine an alchemy furnace for no reason? Moreover, it was the joint effort of the 3 stars. This was very puzzling. However, if one were to insist on being far-fetched, then the longevity god could barely be related to an alchemist. The great immortal peach in his possession could increase a cultivator's lifespan. This was something that Yang Chen had personally experienced in this life. All of Yang Chen's wives and maids had taken the body refining pill that contained the essence of the immortal peach. Apart from improving their postnatal spiritual roots, the biggest benefit of the pill was increasing their lifespan. The fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars were already dead, and no one knew why they would refine such a strange alchemy furnace. What was even more strange was that this alchemy furnace could not be easily used under any circumstances. In other words, this 3-star alchemy furnace was currently sealed. The sealed alchemy furnace could not be used. This was the root cause, and it could also explain why the 3-star alchemy furnace had always been ignored. Not to mention that the price was so high, it was even sealed. Even if alchemists were all rich people, they would not put so much merit into such a bottomless pit, right? The method to unlock the seal was also recorded on it. While Yang Chen was surprised, he carefully studied it for a while before he discovered the mystery. It was not so simple to unlock the seal of the 3-star alchemy furnace. The prerequisite was the blood of the longevity star, namely the crane boy and the seeker deer boy under the South Pole immortal Wang. This was only the prerequisite. More importantly, the blood of the fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars was needed to unlock the seal on the alchemy furnace. The fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars had already been sent to the immortal beheading platform during the upheaval of the heavenly court. Even the crane boy and the seeker deer boy under the longevity star were killed at the same time. Where could they find their blood now? During the upheaval of the heavenly court, the fighting was too chaotic, and many things were in a mess. The opponents who had the opportunity to collect the blood of these experts were constantly facing the threat of life and death, So how could they have the leisure to collect blood? After the war, no matter who the opponent was, they would first wash off the blood on their bodies. It was not like some extreme devil path experts would use the blood of experts to cultivate. Most of the cultivators who participated in the battle did not pay attention to this. Hence, it resulted in the current situation where the price of a 3-star alchemy furnace was exorbitantly high, but it was still sealed. What was even more embarrassing was that even though they clearly knew the way to undo the seal, they just couldn't do it and could only watch helplessly. After seeing this explanation, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. This 3-star alchemy furnace was simply specially prepared for Yang Chen. Others could not get the blood of the fortune, prosperity, and longevity stars and the crane seeker dear boy, but Yang Chen had already refined the immortal beheading platform. The blood river inside would definitely contain the blood of these people. The blood of the 3 stars and the 2 boys was just a primer. It did not need much, nor did it need to be very pure, as long as it could be recognized by the seal. This point, Yang Chen could easily achieve. As a result, another 3-star alchemy furnace was added to Yang Chen's shopping list. As for the effect of this alchemy furnace, it still needed Yang Chen to further test it. After choosing the 3-star alchemy furnace, Yang Chen felt that this trip was not in vain. The rest of the things were simply flipped through, and he found a few senior alchemy books and put them into the shopping list. Now, he only had to wait for his mother-in-law and the 4 girls to finish choosing, and Yang Chen would naturally take the initiative to pay the bill. Until now, Madam of the Lord of Heaven and the 4 girls had been maintaining a state of excitement, as if shopping could stimulate their spirits. Fortunately, Yang Chen was no longer that kind of hothead. In this situation, he sat steadily, did not urge them, did not disturb them, and just waited quietly. Finally, after choosing for 3 days and 3 nights, his mother-in-law and the 4 girls chose a long list and asked their husband to buy it. Yang Chen did not say anything, nor did he look at what was on the list. He directly asked the shop assistant in the market to calculate the bill. His forthright spirit was comparable to that of a nouveau riche who had just made a fortune. More than 20 billion? How can it be so much? Even though Madam of the Lord of Heaven had experienced a lot of storms, she could not help but be shocked when she heard the merit points reported by the shop assistant. She did not wait for the shop assistant to explain in detail that among the more than 20 billion merit points, there was still 10 billion that had to be compensated with golden merit points. Yang Chen had to stand up and explain to his mother-in-law the 2 most expensive things he bought. When she heard that Yang Chen did not hesitate to use precious golden merit points to buy the soaring heaven treasure light, Madam of the Lord of Heaven was surprised. After all, she had not seen the power of the soaring heaven treasure light, but she had heard of it. But the 3-star alchemy furnace made Madam of the Lord of Heaven a little confused. You want to use the soaring heaven treasure light to unlock the seal on the 3-star alchemy furnace? In an instant, Madam of the Lord of Heaven thought of a possibility. The soaring heaven treasure light could enhance the power of magic treasures. If it was used on the 3-star alchemy furnace, it might really be possible to unlock the seal on the alchemy furnace. Of course, this was only a guess, and it was not Yang Chen's personal answer. Chapter 25:18. Using soaring heaven treasure light to open the seal of the 3-star alchemy furnace. Yang Chen wasn't so extravagant. However, he couldn't ignore his mother-in-law's question, so he could only reply with a smile, I have the blood needed to unlock the seal. Where did you get the 3-star bloodline? Madam of Heavenly Lord was very puzzled, but in the blink of an eye, she understood. Others didn't have the blood of the 3-star, but Yang Chen was an executioner who had personally killed a 3-star, so it was really easy for him to get these things. In this way, Madam of Heavenly Lord no longer had any concerns. Yang Chen had already thought of everything. It seemed that bringing them to the merit market was really the right choice. Compared to the 2 big items that Yang Chen took out, the things that the women chose were not worth mentioning. They weren't even 1% of the price of these 2 things. In addition to a few high-grade materials for refining, the rest were the most beautiful decorative magic weapons. Women's natural love for beauty was clearly reflected in this shopping. Of course, it wasn't that the women didn't know what was good for them, they just wanted to accompany Madam of Heavenly Lord to have fun. Their own magic weapons didn't need to be replaced for the time being, so they naturally wanted to make Madam of Heavenly Lord happy. Even for young Chen, if he didn't see soaring heaven treasure light and the 3-star alchemy furnace, he would at most buy a batch of medicinal materials. Even if young Chen's merit had been taken away by big brother Li Cheng, the remaining merit was enough to make young Chen a super rich man in the immortal world. Moreover, young Chen's merits and virtues could not be said by others. The most important thing was that everyone knew that young Chen had a companion of the Bayan, but no one knew where that companion of the Bayan had gone. There were many high-grade cave residences in the merit market, but none of young Chen's family chose them. Now that they didn't even find a place to stay in Chunyang Palace, it was better not to waste a lot of merit on cave residences. When he saw the cave residences, several big cave residences that would appear in the future naturally appeared in Yang Chen's mind. Yang Chen had ascended much earlier than in his previous life, so he had plenty of time to get his hands on these immortal caves. Under Madam of Heavenly Monarch's urging, the staff of the merit market brought over the items that everyone had bought and inspected them before handing them over to the buyers. This is the soaring heavens treasure light. Gao was very interested in the soaring sky treasure light that could strengthen magic treasures. Yang Chen directly handed over the gourd with the soaring sky treasure light to his wife, letting her carefully study it. Yang Chen himself took the 3-star alchemy furnace and carefully observed it. The alchemy furnace was still in the style of a 3-legged cauldron, but the 3 legs of the cauldron were carefully carved to look like the fortune star, and the longevity star. The decorative patterns on the body of the cauldron were exceptionally exquisite. It was about the size of a palm and was also equipped with a seamless lid for an alchemist to seal the cauldron during alchemy. What surprised young Chen was that this alchemy furnace was actually not made of metal, but a combination of wood and earth. The inner wall of the cauldron was made of some kind of very inactive stone material that could withstand extremely strong flames. The surroundings were supplemented with several types of wood materials that had extremely strong vitality. Earth gave birth to wood, and the combination was seamless. It was a pity that the 3-star alchemy furnace was still sealed, so it was impossible to feel the magic of alchemy. It was said that the previous owner of this alchemy furnace was only able to find out that it was sealed after being appraised by many experts. At one point, he thought that he had been deceived. If it wasn't for the fact that this thing was directly obtained from the longevity star, he would have thought that it was a scam. Since the item was already in his hands, he naturally couldn't casually unseal it in the merit market. Therefore, everyone was led by the satisfied but still proud Madam of Heavenly Monarch's lead as they once again returned to the residence of Heavenly Monarch. Yang Chen began his closed-door cultivation in the residence of Heavenly Monarch. The purpose of this closed-door cultivation was to absorb the soaring sky treasure light and to unseal the 3-star alchemy furnace. According to the instructions for unsealing the cauldron, Yang Chen prepared everything. After setting up the array to unseal the cauldron, he began to drip 10 drops of fresh blood that he collected from the blood river in the Valley of No Return into the array eye of the array. The fresh blood in the blood river was mixed with the blood of countless immortals. Yang Chen was sure that there must be all the fresh blood needed to unseal the cauldron. The fresh blood was just a primer. He didn't need much, just 1 or 2 strands would be enough. Immediately after, Yang Chen injected a specific technique into the array eye. In a burst of gentle and not dazzling light that made people feel very comfortable, the 3-star alchemy furnace that was also placed in the array began to slowly undergo a delightful change. Contrary to what people had guessed, after the seal was broken, the alchemy furnace seemed to become even more inconspicuous. Its color had also become a lot more gray, and there was an additional change of vicissitudes and simplicity, which added a lot of historical weight to it out of thin air. The wooden body of the cauldron also seemed to become more and more decayed, but in Yang Chen's eyes, there was a flash of surprise. Good stuff. Yang Chen sincerely praised. It was indeed worthy of being a 3-star alchemy furnace that was jointly refined by the 3 stars of fortune, and longevity. Not to mention anything else, just this sense of historical precipitation made people full of expectations. A magic treasure that was as new as before, in any case, could not give people the feeling that it could increase one's longevity. He didn't even have that longevity, so how could it be increased by medicinal pills? The alchemy furnace in front of him seemed to only have excellent carvings and mellow coating, but also appeared to be ordinary. It was the kind of good thing that was so restrained that people could ignore it, but it contained great power. After the seal of the alchemy furnace was unlocked, Yang Chen did not immediately rush to refine a furnace of medicinal pills to test its performance, but used the complete universe treasure-raising secret art to maintain the 3-star alchemy furnace inside and out. Immediately afterward, he used more than a dozen kinds of nourishing medicinal materials such as ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum to refine the medicinal liquid and immersed the alchemy furnace in it. The 3-star alchemy furnace had not been opened for a long time to refine medicinal pills. It was not a good idea to start a fire to refine pills. In the nourishing medicinal liquid, Yang Chen did not forget to add a lot of 4C's mysterious coral liquid, so that the liquid infiltrated the alchemy furnace inch by inch, slowly absorbing some medicinal qi and slowly recovering. Yang Chen was now sure that he had never heard of this alchemy furnace in his previous life. It must be that someone got the alchemy furnace and tried to get the seal. After that, they couldn't wait to start a fire to refine pills, and then destroyed the alchemy furnace. The way to unlock the seal was not only to rely on the blood of the 3-star alchemy furnace. The kind of things like soaring heaven treasure light that the Lady of Heavenly Monarch said could also be done, but the cost was a bit higher. The alchemy furnace still needed a long time to recover before it could be used. This time would at least be a few years, and Yang Chen would have to soak in precious medicinal liquid every day and use the universe treasure-raising secret art to maintain it. After doing all this, Yang Chen was finally relieved. This 3-star alchemy furnace was completely his. Next, Yang Chen took out the gourd containing the soaring heaven treasure light and prepared to absorb it. He just didn't know if this time he could raise the secret of Kwa Yi to the 3rd level. Chapter 25:19. Perhaps some people will wonder, the 3-star alchemy furnace has not been used for many years and needs such maintenance, but the alchemy furnace such as the profound spirit furnace also has not been used for many years. Yang Chen picked it up and used it. Isn't this making a fuss? In fact, there is still a big difference between the alchemy furnace and the alchemy furnace. The profound spirit furnace can indeed be picked up and used, that is because the profound spirit furnace is made of metal. Even if it is prevented for many years, there will not be much loss. But the 3-star alchemy furnace is different. The 3-star alchemy furnace is made of stone and wood materials. The stone is good, but if the wood part is not fully nourished, it will use the fire seed for alchemy. It will be an absolute disaster for the alchemy furnace. Once the maintenance is not proper, the characteristics of the 3-star alchemy furnace will disappear, the refined pills will no longer have magical effects, and the 3-star alchemy furnace will be reduced to an ordinary stone alchemy furnace. In his previous life, the reputation of the 3-star alchemy furnace is not prominent, perhaps because of this reason. If it really has the effect of increasing the attributes of the 3-star alchemy furnace, then the 3-star alchemy furnace can definitely be ranked in the top 10 alchemy furnaces. The soaring cloud treasure light once again flashed around Yang Chen's body, and began to nourish Yang Chen's body. The body refining technique that has been stagnant at the peak of the 2nd level of Kwa Yi's secret method finally began to improve again. Under the nourishment of the soaring cloud treasure light, it broke through the 2nd level bottleneck in one fell swoop and rushed to the early 3rd level. Perhaps because the interval between the two uses of the soaring cloud treasure light by Yang Chen was too short, or because the soaring cloud treasure light would reduce the effect if used too much, or because the difficulty of cultivating the Kwa Yi's secret method was too high, so that this time the soaring cloud treasure light that Yang Chen obtained only broke through the bottleneck and did not improve much. However, this breakthrough was enough to make Yang Chen very surprised. Kwa Yi's secret method, even the most powerful master of the Kwa Yi family, without cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, it is impossible to reach the 3rd level. From the time Yang Chen got the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the present, it was only 3,000 years at most, and he had already reached such a realm, which was enough to look down on 99.9% of the cultivators in the immortal world. Yang Chen himself felt that he had only absorbed the soaring heaven treasured light for a short period of time, and he had only used a few days to break through. However, when Yang Chen woke up from his meditation, he discovered that 2 whole years had passed. Compared to the first time he absorbed the soaring firmament treasured light, it took him several times longer. Judging from this time alone, the soaring heaven treasure light that Yang Chen bought was several times more than the soaring heaven treasure light bestowed by the Jade Emperor. Unknowingly, Yang Chen's figure once again turned into a muscular figure, and his height suddenly jumped at least 2 heads higher than before. At first glance, he looked like an incomparably robust and boorish man. The women were already used to their husband constantly getting stronger and stronger when he cultivated the body refining technique, so they didn't find it strange. However, Madam of the Heavenly Monarch was not used to Yang Chen's sudden change in reminders, and she kept repeating it for a few days. The 3-star alchemy furnace was still being nourished, and it had greatly improved compared to the previous gray state, but it couldn't be put into alchemy immediately. It still needed a period of nourishment. Yang Chen wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Yang Chen didn't plan to do alchemy in a short time, so he didn't have to rush to use the 3-star alchemy furnace. He had lived in the Heavenly Monarch mansion for almost 3 years. Even if Zhu Tianjun was his father-in-law, Yang Chen didn't plan to continue living in the Heavenly Monarch mansion. At present, Yang Chen had to face 2 things immediately. One was that after he was promoted to the commander of the immortal beheading platform, he hadn't officially taken office yet. The other thing was that the territory of Chunyang Palace hadn't been settled yet. The matter of Chunyang Palace couldn't be solved in a short time, but the commander of the immortal beheading platform could be appointed at any time. After taking office, the Heavenly Court would definitely give him an official residence. No matter how big or small it was still his own home, and it would be much more comfortable than living in his father-in-law's house. After expressing his intentions to Zhu Tianjun and his wife, the Heavenly Monarch didn't say much and just nodded in agreement. However, Madam of the Heavenly Monarch was a little reluctant. It wasn't easy for her daughter to return to her side, and they were going to be separated so soon. It really made her sad. After all, Zhu Tianjun had authority over her wife. After Yang Chen took office, his official residence was also considered to be within the capital city. Even if it was millions of miles away, with their cultivation, it would only take a few days to go and take a look. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, it was natural for a daughter to live in a son-in-law's house. It wouldn't be nice to force them to stay, and it would give people the feeling that their son-in-law was living off a woman. In the end, Yang Chen still left the Heavenly Monarch mansion with the 4 women and went straight to the immortal beheading platform. The immortal beheading platform was a place of great danger in the Heavenly Court, so it was impossible for it to be in the center of the capital city. It was directly placed in an inconspicuous corner in the west. The west was the White Tiger. The White Tiger was in charge of killing, so it was only natural that the immortal beheading platform was located there. Ever since the upheaval in the Heavenly Court and Yang Chen's massacre at the immortal beheading platform, no cultivators were thrown into the immortal beheading platform anymore. That meant that the immortal beheading platform had been idle for more than 3,000 years, and it was completely a cold yamen. The executioners in the mortal world could still get some gifts if they made a mistake, but the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world was an extremely poor yamen. Not only did the executioners have to be from the mortal world, they couldn't covet anything from the prisoners on death row. Not only was there no profit to be made from it, but because of its reputation, most cultivators kept a respectful distance from it. Of course, Yang Chen was an exception. The things he obtained from the immortal beheading platform were far beyond anyone's imagination. Who knew that the immortal beheading platform would have something as miraculous as the heavenly essence pill? It was precisely because of this special characteristic of the immortal beheading platform that no cultivators objected to the arrangement of Yang Chen as the commander of the immortal beheading platform. The former commander who was deposed wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he happily transferred to another yamen after being demoted by 1 rank, where he could eat and drink well. The heavenly soldiers who had connections in the immortal beheading platform had already thought of all sorts of ways to be transferred elsewhere. What was left was a bunch of wily old foxes who didn't have any backers or powerful cultivations. Although the immortal beheading platform didn't have any profits or prospects, no one would bully it, because bullying wouldn't bring any benefits. This kind of environment was most suitable for those wily old foxes who didn't have much of a status, but no matter what, they were still members of the Heavenly Court. When Yang Chen arrived at the immortal beheading platform, The first thing he faced was this bunch of incomparably mischievous hooligans. Although these guys didn't have any goals, it didn't mean that they would be obedient to Yang Chen. They were a group of infinite tribulation true immortals, after all, but they were being ridden by a small golden immortal junior and became their immediate superior. If they were bullied by Yang Chen, it would be even more difficult than the days when they didn't have a commander. Therefore, these guys had to think of ways to give Yang Chen, the new commander, a show of strength. Chapter 2520. Hearing that a cultivator had become the new commander of the immortal slaying platform, the heavenly soldiers and odd job workers of the immortal slaying platform were tempted. First, they wanted to find out the identity of the new commander. This was not difficult to do. The officials in the heavenly court did not need to be secretive, they just needed to ask a little and they would be able to find out. As soon as they heard that it was the original executioner, and that he was a junior who had just ascended, some people were immediately dissatisfied. Although they were just ordinary soldiers and odd job workers of the immortal slaying platform, any one of them would be a famous big shot in the mortal world of the spiritual realm, just not so famous in the immortal realm. But even if they were small figures, they would not allow juniors to ride on their heads. Yang Chen was appointed alone. There was no need to bring his family on such an occasion and be laughed at for no reason. After Yang Chen settled down, it would not be too late to bring the 4 women to the official residence. The surroundings of the immortal slaying platform had a murderous aura that was almost everywhere. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to help but shiver when they passed by. That was a natural suppression that was emitted by the immortal slaying platform itself. Even the big shots in the heavenly court would not be willing to come near if they had nothing to do. Relatively speaking, the immortal slaying platform was like an independent small area. Outsiders would not come here, and the heavenly soldiers inside seemed to be independent. It was very quiet, and when needed, they could also go out to do things. Although it was a small yamen, it was rare for it to be quiet. For those cultivators who liked to live a peaceful life, it was a blessed land. Who dares to trespass on the immortal slaying platform? When Yang Chen entered the huge gate that belonged to the immortal slaying platform, he heard a domineering shout. His reprimanding voice carried a sharp killing intent, causing those who heard it to feel fearful for no reason. I am the new commander of the immortal slaying platform, Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not even think about it and directly signed up. All the cultivators here would be his subordinates in the future, so Yang Chen did not need to call himself humble or anything, he just called himself I. Hearing Yang Chen's reply, the heavenly soldiers in the immortal slaying platform were in an uproar. They had been waiting for this commander for 2 years. Finally, this junior had come knocking on their door. When they heard that Yang Chen was Zhu Tianjuan's son-in-law, they knew that things were going to be difficult. If he plotted against or even killed Yang Chen, he would definitely incur the wrath of Zhu Tianjun, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, it was best for Yang Chen to back off and resign from his position as the commander of the immortal slaying platform. However, this was more difficult, because Yang Chen himself was an executioner of the beheading immortal platform. Perhaps Yang Chen knew more about the things here than they did. If they wanted to rely on killing intent, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat Yang Chen. A few heavenly soldiers still remembered the thick blood-colored killing intent emitted by the immortal slaying platform when Yang Chen killed the immortals. It was still fresh in their memories. If they couldn't rely on this, they could only use their cultivation to suppress Yang Chen and let Yang Chen know who was in charge here. Anyway, as long as they didn't hurt Yang Chen, it wouldn't be a big deal to make Yang Chen lose face a little. Even if Zhu Tianjun knew about it, he couldn't do anything. How could a commander who couldn't even control his subordinates rely on his father-in-law's power to stand firm? Since Yang Chen had registered himself as the commander, they naturally couldn't stop him. Many people watched as Yang Chen walked into the camp of the immortal slaying platform. Then, Yang Chen saw something strange. Usually, when the heavenly soldiers of the immortal slaying platform used the immortal slaying platform, they would definitely have to deal with some hard bones. Even if their cultivation was forcibly sealed, those immortals who couldn't use their spiritual power were not easy to deal with. They were often extremely powerful. If they wanted to send these death row prisoners to the immortal slaying platform, they had to send a group of more powerful odd job workers. Naturally, This low-level work fell on the heads of a group of yellow-turbaned strong men. The yellow-turbaned strong men were supposed to do this low-level physical work. Among the odd-job workers of the immortal slaying platform, there was indeed a group of yellow-turbaned strong men. The huge stone puppets that Yang Chen saw when he came in were used to strengthen the muscles and bones of these yellow-turbaned strong men. There were dozens of them scattered on the ground, almost filling up the entire field. These stone puppets had all been refined. They were all the same size and looked exactly the same. They looked like giant stone puppets, and each of them had a very obvious handle. The handle had a layer of glossy paste that had been polished to a very high degree. It was likely that it was often held by people. At the other end of the field, there were hundreds of figures standing there, tall and short, fat and thin. They all crossed their arms and looked at Yang Chen coming in from the other end of the field. I heard that Commander Yang has a superb body refining technique. I wonder if you can let us broaden our horizons. Among the hundreds of figures, there was a tallest man with the strongest muscles. He was bare-chested, revealing muscles that were much stronger than those of ordinary cultivators, and shouted at Yang Chen. Yang Chen understood that this should be a show of strength prepared by these guys. Sure enough, they were not smart guys. How could they do it so blatantly? For this kind of thing, shouldn't they pretend to flatter me first, gain my trust, and then find an opportunity to make me suffer a big loss? But this was also good. Since the other party had drawn a line, Yang Chen would just take it. If it was about other things, Yang Chen might not dare to fight with these 10,000 tribulation true immortals. Even in alchemy, he might not be better than one of them. But if it was about body refining technique, Yang Chen was very confident that the third realm of Kwa Yi's secret method would not lose to any body refining technique. So many stone puppets were obviously for Yang Chen to show off his skills. Yang Chen did not refuse. He took 2 steps forward, reached out and grabbed the nearest stone puppet and lifted it up. As soon as he grabbed the handle of the stone puppet, Yang Chen found that his spiritual power seemed to be forcibly blocked by this conservative method. However, it was not completely blocked, and he could still use about 1/3 of his spiritual power. However, there was no need for Yang Chen to use his spiritual power for a mere stone puppet. With just a slight effort from his arm, the stone puppet was easily lifted by Yang Chen. Yang Chen instantly made a judgment in his heart. This stone puppet was almost at the realm of river turning strength, and he could easily pick it up. Casually throwing this stone puppet to the side, Yang Chen took a few steps forward and grabbed the handle of the second stone puppet. The effect of this handle to block spiritual power was very obvious. At most, he could only use 1/10 of his spiritual power. It seemed that these guys had left some leeway for the first few stone puppets. Even if Yang Chen could not lift it with his physical body, he could just barely use his spiritual power. From the looks of it, these guys weren't stupid after all. The second stone puppet was almost at the peak of river turning strength, and the third was at the middle stage of sea turning strength. These few stone puppets allowed Yang Chen to use a little spiritual power, but when it came to the fifth one, the stone puppet had completely blocked his spiritual power, and he could only use his physical strength to deal with it. This stone puppet required at least the power of earth-penetrating strength to be competent. Chapter 25-21. Among the heavenly soldiers and handymen who were observing Yang Chen in the outer room of the beheading immortal platform, there were already a few who had incredible eyes. The earth-penetrating strength was the 6th realm of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Among the vast majority of the yellow turban strong men in the immortal world, they could only cultivate to the 5th realm, overturning the sea with gravity. There were very few masters who could enter the 6th realm, less than 1 in 10. However, Yang Chen was only in the golden immortal realm, yet he had already picked up the 4th stone puppet. Although the stone puppet could still use a little spiritual power, so that Yang Chen would not be too humiliated, no one thought that he could pick it up. According to everyone's speculation, even if Yang Chen had been cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique for many years, it would already be good if he could enter the overturning the river strength with the help of spiritual power. With the help of spiritual power, he could barely pick up the overturning the sea strength. However, it was not easy to pick it up, but he had to use all his strength and spiritual power to barely lift it off the ground and barely move it. Who would have thought that Yang Chen did not look reluctant at all, as if he was holding the lightest stone rolling and directly put it aside. Seeing that Yang Chen had reached out and grabbed the fifth stone puppet, the heavenly soldiers and handamen who were secretly observing were waiting to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself. Although they didn't know what method Yang Chen used to pick up the fourth stone puppet, as long as the cultivators with a little common sense of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique knew that it was absolutely impossible for a golden immortal to do this. Then, in front of everyone's stunned expressions, Yang Chen easily picked up the fifth stone puppet, which represented the early stage of the earth-penetrating strength. Just like the previous lightest stone puppet, he casually put it aside. How is this possible? A yellow turban strongman had already exclaimed in horror. However, no one was dissatisfied with him saying this. Everyone had the same thought. A group of cultivators looked at Yang Chen's expression as if they were looking at a monster. This set of stone puppets was the standard equipment for yellow turban strongman cultivators. It had been carefully refined by an expert artifact refiner, and although it was the same size, its grade had been greatly increased. In fact, each realm had a corresponding dozen stone puppets to facilitate the gradual improvement of the yellow turban strongman, but in order to embarrass Yang Chen, this time the heavenly soldiers and handamen in the beheading immortal platform had specially selected a few and placed them in front of Yang Chen. In the end, not only did Yang Chen fail to intimidate them, but his actions scared many people. A golden immortal level yellow turban strongman body refining technique expert, how is this possible? I heard that one of Grandmaster Yang's wives is an expert in refining. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang was the one who broke the seal on the stone puppet? One of the heavenly soldiers still could not believe that Yang Chen had cultivated to such a level. He began to make wild guesses. Not necessarily. Someone raised an objection. It is said that Grandmaster Yang was the first cultivator to discover acquired spiritual roots, and by relying on a heavenly material and earthly treasure, he and his wives' acquired spiritual roots were raised to the extreme. Maybe it is because of his excellent cultivation aptitude that he can cultivate so fast. Everyone was discussing, but no one noticed that the little guy they had been joking about before had completely disappeared. As long as everyone opened their mouths, they all called him Grandmaster Yang. Perhaps some cultivators still had a fluke in their hearts, thinking that Yang Chen relied on other methods to destroy the stone puppet's ability to seal his spiritual power to do this. After all, as long as one reached the golden immortal realm, it was not difficult to move mountains and seas. As long as one could use spiritual power, they could even pick up a heavier stone puppet. Sure enough, the sixth stone puppet corresponding to the late earth-penetrating strength was also easily picked up by Yang Chen and put aside. It was neatly arranged, as if he was helping to sort out these messy stone puppets. He must have used spiritual power. Several yellow turban strong men thought so in their hearts. Only 3 of them were at the middle earth-penetrating strength stage, and the rest were at the sea-penetrating strength stage. No one was willing to believe that a golden immortal could be on an equal footing with them. He definitely can't pick up the 7th one. Seeing that Yang Chen had walked to the side of the 7th stone puppet, all the celestial soldiers and handamen in the immortal beheading platform had the same thought. That represented the peak of the sea-penetrating strength stage. Yang Chen was only more than 3,000 years old, and he had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique for less than 3,000 years, so it was impossible for him to pick it up. However, all the hopes of not being able to pick it up were shattered when Yang Chen easily put the 7th stone puppet aside and lined it up neatly. In the hearts of the cultivators, whose chins were almost touching the ground, there was only one last guess left. That was, Yang Chen must have used spiritual power in some way. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous thing happen in front of everyone? But I don't see any signs of Grandmaster Yang using spiritual power, a strongman said with some doubts. Even if Yang Chen's technique was ingenious, he was just a golden immortal junior. How could he not notice when he used a technique in front of a group of 10,000 tribulation true immortals? Before the crowd had time to refute, they saw an extremely terrifying scene. Yang Chen reached out and grabbed the 8th stone puppet, then picked it up. He seemed to feel that it was a bit heavy, so he weighed it a few times with satisfaction and sent it to the Rao with a smile. That represented the 7th level of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, the power of the early stage of heavenly strength stage. It also represented a realm that all the celestial soldiers and strong men on the immortal beheading platform could not reach. Similarly, it also meant that almost 90% of the yellow turban strong men could not reach this realm. The scene of hundreds of 10,000 tribulation true immortals sweating at the same time was almost impossible to see in other places, and it could only happen in the capital of the heavenly court. Now, such a scene was happening on the immortal beheading platform. The beads of sweat that flowed out of their heads had not yet reached their chins, and a second wave of sweat seeped out of their heads. This was because Yang Chen had already grabbed the 9th stone puppet, a stone puppet at the peak stage of heavenly strength stage. Even if those experts used their spiritual power, they could not easily pick it up. The 9th stone puppet also didn't make Yang Chen exert much effort. Even Yang Chen's face didn't have a single drop of sweat. It was easy and incomparably freehand. The stone puppet with the power of the heaven-raising peak had already been placed on the side by Yang Chen. A small cultivator in the golden immortal realm already had the power of the peak stage of heavenly strength stage. How terrifying was this? The celestial soldiers and handamen in the immortal beheading platform could not imagine Yang Chen's combat power. With such terrifying combat power, he was not famous. Everyone had only heard of his reputation for alchemy, and they really did not know how he did it. But the next moment, all the cultivators in the immortal beheading platform were shocked to the highest level. Yang Chen easily picked up the 10th stone puppet. It was a power that surpassed the peak stage of heavenly strength stage, the strongest power in the eyes of the yellow turban strong men. Chapter 25-22. This kind of power was not something that most of the 10,000 tribulation true immortals could lift with their spiritual power, especially when they were holding the handle of the stone puppet. The yellow turban strong men who used this kind of stone puppet to practice every day clearly knew how terrifying the power of spiritual power isolation was after holding the handle. Even if they did not hold the handle, they could not easily mobilize their spiritual power. There was only one way to move these stone puppets, and that was through a magic weapon that matched the stone puppets. After a long period of refining, the weight of the stone puppets could be ignored. A strange cultivator who had never touched a stone puppet, even if he had a magic weapon to move the stone puppets, could not easily move the stone puppets in a short time. This was the characteristic of this kind of stone puppet tool. Even the yellow turban strong men would not casually take out the stone puppets to practice. Did they have to find a suitable place to put these stone puppets? Even the ordinary ground of the immortal world might not be able to bear these extraordinary weight stone puppets. Only a magic weapon at the level of the immortal beheading platform would not care about the weight of the stone puppets. In other places, if one wanted to train as a yellow turban strongman, they could only go to the special cultivation place where the yellow turban strong men often gathered. Surpassing the peak of heaven-raising strength was the ultimate goal of all the yellow turban strong men. Once they reached this realm, they would no longer be a simple yellow turban strongman. Even if they did not cultivate anything and only cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, they could still be a tyrannical character in the immortal world. Not to mention surpassing the peak of heaven-raising strength, even if they had just reached the heaven-raising strength realm, it was enough to occupy a foothold in the immortal world. If any advantage could be exerted to the extreme, it would be an amazing strength. In fact, among the stone puppets used by the yellow turban strong men, the 10th stone puppet placed here was the heaviest one. The ones behind were just some miscellaneous decorations of other realms. For Yang Chen, who could pick up the 10th stone puppet, it was no longer a problem. However, the heavenly soldiers and strong men of the immortal slaying platform, who were immersed in shock, could not recover from the intense disbelief in a short period of time. Yang Chen did not urge them. He simply lifted the stone puppets to the side one by one and arranged them neatly. Yang Chen even discovered that the weights at the back were a little messy, so he rearranged the stone puppets according to their weight from light to heavy. After arranging them properly, he stood in the middle of the immortal beheading platform and waited with his hands clasped behind his back. Finally, the heavenly soldiers and odd job workers recovered from their shock. When they saw the scene before them, they felt even more ashamed. Originally, He had wanted to give Yang Chen a show of strength. In the end, however, he ended up scaring all the cultivators on his side. He could not even raise his head. However, Yang Chen easily picked up all the stone puppets, which really convinced everyone on the immortal slaying platform. Seeing this situation, everyone looked at each other for a while. In the end, they understood that escaping was not a solution, so they could only walk out resentfully and face Yang Chen. Yang Chen had just reported his name outside the door. At this time, it would be unreasonable for them to renege on the debt with the excuse that they did not know Yang Chen's identity. Although they were only the lowest-level heavenly soldiers and odd-job workers of the immortal slaying platform, they were still cultivators at the level of 10,000 tribulation true immortals. They could not afford to lose face in front of a golden immortal junior. "Greetings, Commander." In the face of Yang Chen, everyone could not stand it anymore, so they could only bow to him. In any case, Yang Chen was now the commander of the immortal slaying platform and their direct superior, so they had to greet him politely. Yang Chen accepted everyone's greeting. This was the treatment he should enjoy because of his official position. He did not feel uneasy at all because many 10,000 tribulation true immortals were greeting him. Everyone had been convinced by Yang Chen's body refining technique and had recognized Yang Chen as their commander. After greeting him according to the rules, they crowded around Yang Chen and came to the meeting hall of the immortal slaying platform. They sat down according to their status and waited for the new commander, the three new fires. "Your cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique is not enough." They thought that there would be some retaliation, but Yang Chen came up with this evaluation, which made everyone a little confused. "Dare I ask, Commander, what's the secret behind this?" A smart strong man immediately followed up and asked. This was also because he saw that the new commander, Yang Chen, did not seem to be the kind of person who was difficult to talk to, so he dared to ask. "I began to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the mortal world. I have gone through many tribulations to get to the current realm, but it is slightly different from you who began to cultivate in the immortal world." Yang Chen was not afraid that others would know the secret of his body refining technique, so he directly said his own cultivation experience. Everyone suddenly understood, and there was a lot of envy in their eyes. At the same time, there was also a burst of surprise. It must be known that the cultivation condition of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was to have a physical strength of thousands of catties. Yang Chen had such power in the mortal world, how could it not be surprising? But everyone knew how much benefit it was to start cultivating in the mortal world, but this was Yang Chen's unique ability, and no one could learn it. As for how Yang Chen knew the cultivation method of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the mortal world, even if everyone could not guess that Yang Chen got it from the Blue Vault Mountain Cave, since Yang Chen was the executioner of the immortal slaying platform, it was obviously not incomprehensible to know something from the mouths of those prisoners. Today's matter, everyone has a tacit understanding. Yang Chen was not the kind of person who could be completely fooled, and directly made it clear today's show of strength. "This commander punishes you to lift your own suitable stone 1,000 times a day for 1,000 days. Is there any objection? I will obey the commander's instructions." They were caught in the act. What else could they say? Of course, it was what Yang Chen said. What's more, it was not a very uncomfortable punishment, it was just to let them practice the body refining technique 1,000 more times in 1,000 days. It would be a little hard to get through, no one had any objections. "This commander has a few small medicinal pills here, the prescription from the mortal world, called inner sensing pill." Yang Chen was not the kind of person who only gave pressure without giving benefits, so after the punishment, Yang Chen did not forget to give these guys some benefits. This was called a slap in the face and then give a sweet date. Inner sensing pill? The heavenly soldiers of the immortal slaying platform were all at a loss, they did not know what this medicinal pill was. Even if there was a monster race, they had never heard of it. "This medicinal pill is not very useful." Yang Chen smiled and said, "It is to let the cultivator who takes the medicinal pill know more about the inside of his body. Another additional benefit is that when cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, it can increase the effect a little." As soon as Yang Chen's words were finished, the eyes of these heavenly soldiers of the immortal slaying platform had turned red. Chapter 25-23. How difficult it was to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, who didn't know it in their hearts. It was because they knew this, but their qualifications could not meet the requirements of cultivating a more advanced technique, so they could only cultivate this low-level technique, which was also the only way. However, the low-level technique did not mean that the status after cultivating it was low. The yellow turban strongman who could reach the realm of earth-penetrating strength was at least a captain among the heavenly soldiers. If they could reach the realm of sky-piercing strength, they would be more than enough to be promoted to deputy general. Ordinary yellow turban strongman did not have the opportunity like Yang Chen to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique from the beginning of the mortal world, and to consolidate and improve their cultivation through various tribulations. In addition, they had already experienced the fairy immortal tribulation when they started cultivating, so it was very difficult to improve. Even if there was a heaven tribulation in the immortal world, it was a Xian immortal tribulation, golden immortal tribulation, and great principal golden immortal tribulation 3 times. Even if each time they could improve a big realm, and the first realm of gravity was easy to cultivate, when they reached the 10,000 tribulations true immortal, the average cultivation was at the 4th realm. Those who cultivated diligently and found the trick could rush to the 5th or 6th realm, and the extremely talented could reach the 7th realm. Now Yang Chen took out a kind of medicinal pill that could improve the cultivation speed of the body refining technique, which was a great blessing for these heavenly soldiers and strong men. If they could get this kind of medicinal pill, not to mention lifting 1,000 stone puppets every day in the past few days, they were willing to work twice as hard. But there are some taboos for this medicinal pill, you have to know. Since Yang Chen wanted to buy people's hearts, he must be a good person to the end. Some taboos for taking the inner sensing pill must also be explained to them. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully, for fear of missing a word. It was related to their own cultivation realm, which was more important than anything else. This kind of inner sensing pill can enhance the senses of the person who takes it by thousands of times, allowing people to feel the various changes in their body, find the hidden injuries in their own cultivation, and take the opportunity to make up for it. This is also the basic role of the inner sensing pill. Yang Chen introduced in detail, this kind of medicinal pill itself can improve the state of the person who takes it, so it is called inner sensing pill. But, hearing the functions and principles of the elixir, the people in the immortal beheading platform were already a little overjoyed. But when they heard the word but, they were still slightly shocked. They did not know if this turn of events from Yang Chen was good news or bad news. However, the side effects of this pill are also very strong. Yang Chen took in everyone's expressions and laughed in his heart. It seemed that his carrot stick strategy had worked. At least a few light words were enough to make them think about their gains and losses. Everyone was a little nervous when they heard that there were side effects. But no one said anything. They were all true immortals at the level of 10 tribulations true immortals, so they were able to keep their composure. If there was anything to be afraid of, they would have to wait until they heard the whole story. The enhancement of one's senses by thousands of times brings about the enhancement of all kinds of senses. It includes hearing and pain. Yang Chen didn't beat around the bush and explained calmly, the enhancement of hearing will only bring pain to everyone. It's also because of the problem of hearing that the potion's effect can't be enhanced. However, the increase in the sense of pain is a very useful tempering for our body refining technique. So, when you take the medicine, you must choose to do it in a soundproofing formation. Yang Chen warned again, after taking the medicine, you will faint if you breathe too loudly. So don't make any louder sounds in the outside world. Even if you can't stand the pain, try your best to bear it. It's good for the body refining technique. But as long as you scream, you will faint immediately. They were all true immortals at the level of 10 tribulations true immortals, so they could understand the reason after a little explanation. This incredible elixir seemed to be able to help them practice the body refining technique. Yang Chen suggested again that when they took the medicine for the first time, they should let their companions protect them. If something went wrong, they could rescue them in time. When everyone was familiar with the effect of the medicine, they could take the medicine separately. Everyone naturally had to obey the instructions of a superior, especially the instructions of a famous alchemist in the spiritual realm in the mortal world, and he was giving them pointers on the skills of taking the medicine. But before they took the medicine, they had to finish one thing first, which was to take Commander Yang Chen to his official residence and settle him down. The identity of the commander was not simple. Not to mention that they had already recognized the commander's powerful cultivation, just the identity of Commander Yang Chen, an 8th-grade alchemist, and Zhu Tianjuan's son-in-law were enough to make them respect him. They were not convinced before, but now that they had no such thoughts, they naturally had to serve him well. The commander's residence was not big. It was just a courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Compared with the Lord of Heaven mansion, which was thousands of miles wide, it was simply a shabby place. But although the mansion was small, it had everything. Basically, it had all the rooms that a cultivator could use. At least, there was the alchemy room that Yang Chen needed, the quiet room for cultivation, and a bedroom that was enough for Yang Chen and the 4 women to live in. In the quiet room for cultivation, there was a small spirit vein that was enough for 1 or 2 infinite tribulation true immortals to cultivate. It was not far from the immortal slaying stage, only a few hundred feet away. One could arrive at the field of the immortal slaying stage in a flash. The heavenly soldiers did not even have such a small mansion, so they could only live in a few rooms at the side. Luckily, everyone was a cultivator and had their own spatial treasures, so they lived comfortably. After each of them had their own territory, they could mind their own business. In the capital city of the heavenly court, this kind of small mansion was definitely the smallest mansion for the lowest-ranking officials. The immortal slaying stage was not a popular place to begin with. The fact that the commander's residence was left behind was already a special favor from the higher-ups. Even so, this commander's residence was within the boundaries of the immortal slaying stage. If it was not for the fact that no one was willing to live here, this small courtyard would probably not be able to be kept. But even such a small courtyard was a symbol of status in the eyes of the cultivators in the immortal world. How could an ordinary cultivator have a courtyard in the capital city of the heavenly court? Don't be fooled by how extravagant and resplendent your cave abode was. It could not be compared to a piece of land in the capital city of the heavenly court. Many cultivators struggled for tens of thousands of years and still could not get a place in the capital city of the heavenly court. Yang Chen had just ascended and already had such a privilege. This was the first time in the world that he had such a privilege. Under the attentive service of the heavenly soldiers, Yang Chen and his 4 wives openly moved into the commander's residence of the immortal slaying stage that belonged to him. No matter how simple and crude the courtyard was, it was still his home in the capital city of the heavenly court. Even though the 4 women had already seen the extravagance of the 5 elements dragon palace, they still observed this simple and crude courtyard excitedly for a long time. Just as the 4 women were excitedly discussing their new home, Yang Chen was deep in thought as he looked at the entrance of the immortal slaying stage not far away. Chapter 25-24. The part of the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world was not far from him, and it seemed to be within reach. Yang Chen had already refined the executioner entrance of the immortal beheading platform in the mortal world and the corpse dumping entrance of the immortal beheading platform in the spiritual world. Now, only the base camp in the immortal world was left. The immortal beheading saber that could behead all living beings in the world and dominate the world was here. Yang Chen could even feel the slight tremble of the immortal beheading saber inside. That was the excitement and trembling of the immortal beheading saber when it was close to the executioner. It must be known that Yang Chen now not only had his own killing intent, but also the strong killing intent of the executioners of the past generations of the immortal beheading platform. The attraction of the immortal beheading saber was not small. At the thought that the real immortal beheading saber was not far away, Yang Chen had an urge to rush into the immortal beheading platform and grab it. However, Yang Chen's rationality told him that if he rushed in from here, even if he was originally the executioner, he would become a pending death row prisoner. This kind of thing, Yang Chen would never do. The only way to get the real immortal beheading saber was to refine the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world, combine the immortal beheading platform of the 3 realms into one, refine all of it, and turn it into his own magic weapon. Only at that time, the immortal beheading saber could truly belong to him. To be honest, The number of cultivators in the immortal world who had the idea of the immortal beheading platform was at least 80,000, if not 100,000. In Yang Chen's previous life, many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals talked about the immortal beheading platform with a drooling expression. Unfortunately, the immortal beheading platform was not an ordinary magic weapon. It was useless to refine this part of the immortal world. Maybe because there was no corresponding merit ring of the immortal beheading platform, it would be directly swallowed by the immortal beheading platform. Of course, even this part of the immortal beheading platform in the immortal world was unimaginable before there was a suitable refining method. In other words, Yang Chen had obtained the secret art of refining space from Big Brother Li Cheng in the mortal world, which gave him the possibility of refining the part of the immortal beheading platform in the spiritual world. This technique to refine space might have been inherited from the Tao ancestor. No one else had such a great opportunity. Yang Chen retracted his thoughts from the immortal beheading platform and saw the exquisite faces of Gao, Gong Sunling, Zhu Xianying, and Dao Junqi. Refining the immortal slaying stage in the immortal world wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Right now, the most important thing was definitely to settle down with his wives and concubines in his first home in the immortal world. Even though Zhu Xianying was born in the immortal realm and had lived there since she was young, Zhu Xianying wasn't Zhu Xianying when she descended to the lower realm, and she didn't have a mansion in the heavenly court's capital. Now that she had her own home with her husband, Zhu Xianying was no less excited than the other three women. Zhu Tianjuan's mansion was huge, but that was his parents' home. This was his home, where he lived with his husband. It felt completely different. However, the excitement only lasted for a while. After the excitement, the women seemed to be calmer. The most valuable thing in this governor's manor was this piece of land. As for the houses, they were simply shabby compared to the Five Elements Dragon Palace. Yang Chen immediately stored the spirit vein of this governor's manor into the three-world spirit vein diagram on the plaza of the Five Elements Dragon Palace. In the future, if he wanted to live there, he would definitely live in a room in the Dragon Palace and not here. After settling down, Yang Chen directly returned to the Dragon Palace and looked for Big Brother Li Cheng for guidance. Can I refine the immortal slaying stage in the immortal world? Yang Chen didn't dare to be sure if there would be any commotion if he refined the immortal slaying stage now. Hence, he needed a definite answer from Big Brother Li Cheng. If I refine it, would there be any commotion that would attract the attention of the other experts in the heavenly court? In the end, Yang Chen was merely a junior at the Golden Immortal Realm. Once he used the immortal slaying stage and attracted the attention of other experts, those experts definitely wouldn't give up on the chance to collect the entire immortal slaying stage. Yang Chen might go for wool and come home shorn. Commotion. Big Brother Li Cheng glanced at Yang Chen, seemingly unhappy that Yang Chen would disturb him because of such a matter. When you were refining it in the mortal world and the spiritual world, did you notice any commotion? Yang Chen thought about it carefully. There really didn't seem to be any commotion. It seemed like this question was unnecessary. No wonder Big Brother Li Cheng was unhappy. It was because the immortal slaying stage was too important that Yang Chen would have such worries. Naturally, it was still a matter of strength. In the immortal world, no matter how powerful Yang Chen was, there were many existences that could insta-kill Yang Chen. When he was in the mortal world and the spiritual world, Yang Chen didn't have such worries at all. Because at that time, Yang Chen could completely control the situation. Moreover, even if there was a commotion, the first person to discover it would definitely be the heavenly soldiers of the immortal slaying stage. Who do you think they would report to when they discover something that they don't understand? Big Brother Li Cheng once again looked down on Yang Chen's intelligence and asked. Yang Chen immediately smiled bitterly. He really cared too much about the immortal slaying stage, which was why he lost his composure. He was the commander of the immortal slaying stage. Those heavenly soldiers would definitely report to him. As long as he was responsible for handling it, what problem would there be? Now that you have ascended to the immortal world, why can't you let it go? What Big Brother Li Cheng was most dissatisfied with was actually Yang Chen's mentality. He directly said, "Is it really worth it for a mere worldly possession?" Hearing Big Brother Li Cheng's clear accusation, Yang Chen also felt ashamed. He was originally a smart person. His mind was instantly freed from that kind of concern. Big brother Li Cheng was right. No matter how powerful the immortal slaying saber was, it was just a worldly possession. Even if he couldn't get it, he shouldn't fall into this kind of worry. He indeed cared so much that he almost developed a heart demon. Big brother is right, but I was wrong. Yang Chen immediately returned to being carefree and thanked Big brother Li Cheng. Big brother, let's drink. For Yang Chen's invitation to drink, Li Cheng did not refuse at all. Gong Sun Ling was also there. After a while, there were a few more exquisite dishes on the table in front of the two, and the two drank comfortably. While drinking, Yang Chen suddenly remembered the 3-star alchemy furnace that he had just obtained. He immediately took it out and showed it to Li Cheng. Big brother, I got something good some time ago. Big brother, take a look. Li Cheng took the 3-star alchemy furnace. After observing it for a moment, he immediately looked up at Yang Chen and said with a smile, "You can even find this. It seems that your luck is really good. But when did these 3 old men refine this? There was no news about it before." Yang Chen automatically filtered out the details of Big Brother Li Cheng calling the 3 stars Fulu and Shou as 3 old men. He directly asked, "Big brother, do you think my way of dealing with it is appropriate? Is there any good way?" The 3-star alchemy furnace couldn't be used for alchemy right now. That's why Yang Chen asked. Although Yang Chen knew that his method wouldn't have too big of a problem, Yang Chen didn't have any good ideas in terms of time. He hoped that Big Brother Li Cheng would have a better idea. Chapter 25-25. Fortunately, you didn't use it directly for alchemy. Big Brother Li Cheng still approved of Yang Chen's way of dealing with it and nodded, otherwise I would have destroyed this treasure. At this point, Yang Chen and Big Brother Li Cheng's ideas were the same. Once it was used rashly, it would definitely destroy this alchemy furnace made of wood and stone. I have maintained it several times and nourished it with medicinal juice, which is also a safe way. Big Brother Li Cheng continued, however, according to you, I am afraid that in a short time, this alchemy furnace will not be used. I just want to ask Big Brother if there is any good way. Yang Chen asked very sincerely. Although Yang Chen's current alchemy level did not need the addition of a 3-star alchemy furnace, it could also make him firmly in the realm of the 8th grade alchemy master. But for an alchemy master, an alchemy furnace that could increase the 3 characteristics of fortune, prosperity, and longevity was absolutely attractive. This was different from the profound spirit furnace that could directly improve the rank of refining medicinal pills. Directly improving the rank could not improve Yang Chen's own alchemy level, but the 3-star alchemy furnace could make Yang Chen's technique more prosperous. There was no other way. The alchemy furnace made of wood and stone was inherently more fragile than the one made of metal. When Yang Chen used it, he had to be careful, which was a kind of training for himself. If the spirit Azhu in your medicine garden is here, the recovery can be relatively simple. Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to see through the essence of this alchemy furnace at a glance and said this alchemy furnace is made from the old branches of the peach tree. When Big Brother Li Cheng said this, Yang Chen knew a lot. The wooden part of this alchemy furnace was made from the peach tree of the longevity peach in the hands of longevity god. No wonder it could increase the lifespan randomly. It really made sense. However, even if it was Big Brother Li Cheng, assuming that Azhu's body was here, he could only say that it was relatively simple. After all, longevity god's peach tree and Azhu's body were on a completely different level. At most, Azhu's body was an improved breed that had absorbed one of longevity god's peach seeds. Just in terms of age alone, the difference was unimaginable. Is there no other way? Yang Chen asked again. In his heart, he seemed to be certain that Big Brother Li Cheng would definitely have a way. Yes, but it's not that direct. Big Brother Li Cheng took a sip of wine and said, and it will make you lose face. Doesn't matter. After Big Brother Li Cheng's lecture, Yang Chen seemed to have thought through a lot of things. Something like face, when it should be valued, it was valued. When it shouldn't be valued, it was nothing. There was really no need to regard face as more important than the heavens. Alchemy. Big Brother Li Cheng saw that Yang Chen's expression and tone were very serious, so he also answered seriously. The answer confused Yang Chen. It was precisely because the 3-star alchemy furnace was relatively fragile now that it could not be used to refine pills. Previously, Big Brother Li Cheng had also admitted that Yang Chen's method was useful, but why did Big Brother Li Cheng want him to refine pills in the blink of an eye? You can only refine elixirs made of herbs. You can't use other materials, not medicinal stones. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't care about Yang Chen's doubts and said, slowly nourish it by refining a lot of herbs. This also made some sense. It was the same as Yang Chen's nourishment with medicinal liquid. Yang Chen understood the truth and nodded silently. Second, you can only use the most basic first-grade fire seed, and it is best to use a mild yin fire. Big Brother Li Cheng once again mentioned a taboo, lest the fire is too strong and destroy the pill furnace. As for fire control, I think you are not unfamiliar with it. With the most basic first-grade fire seed, it would not burn the pill furnace because the fire was too strong. Of course, this required Yang Chen's strong ability to control fire. Otherwise, even the weakest flame would have the danger of burning the wood pill furnace. First start with the most basic fire seed, wait for the pill furnace to adapt to a certain amount of time, and then upgrade the level of the fire seed. Big Brother Li Cheng continued to talk about his own method. This method is much faster than just nourishing with medicinal liquid. When the pill furnace can slowly adapt to a higher level of fire seed, it is almost barely usable, right? However, this method is estimated to only be used by you. If it were someone else, they would not be tired to death. Gradually adapting to the fire seed of alchemy was indeed a way to speed up the recovery of the 3-star alchemy furnace. Of course, Big Brother Li Cheng's last sentence, Yang Chen did not deny it. In this world, there was no other person who could have the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Even Big Brother Li Cheng seemed to be the same. It was not his own life source fire seed, and it was not a common difficulty to control it. Even if the cultivation base of the alchemist in the immortal world was already extremely high, it may not be troublesome to control the low-level fire seed, but to control the fire seed, and to prevent the alchemy furnace from being damaged, it was not a common trouble. Moreover, this method was not just to use 1 or 2 kinds of fire seeds, thousands of kinds of fire seeds. The experts could also be tired. As Big Brother Li Cheng said, it seemed that only Yang Chen could do it. In addition, for a long time, I am afraid you can only use this alchemy furnace to refine the most basic first-grade medicinal pills. Big Brother Li Cheng said with a smile, a dignified 8th-grade alchemist can only refine a first-grade medicinal pill. It is estimated that people will laugh their teeth off. This is nothing. Yang Chen smiled and responded, Big Brother, you also know that this younger brother is not bragging, but the effect of the first-grade medicinal pill refined by this younger brother will not be worse than the 5th-grade medicinal pill refined by some guys, right? According to Yang Chen's real level of alchemy, this was really not bragging, and even a bit modest. When Yang Chen was in the spiritual world, the first-grade medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen was already at the level of the 6th-grade medicinal pill, and even some of the best grade could reach the 7th grade. It was definitely modest of Yang Chen to say that it was equivalent to the 5th grade. But the medicinal pills you refine are not for the cultivators to eat, but to nourish the alchemy furnace. Big Brother Li Cheng retorted without even thinking, when you refine a pill, you don't need to seal the medicinal effects within the pill. Instead, you need to do the opposite and disperse the medicinal effects into the pill furnace. So, the medicinal pills you refine, more than 90% of the medicinal efficacy has to be sent to the alchemy furnace to nourish. The medicinal pills that are formed are probably worse than the medicinal efficacy refined by the worst alchemist in the mortal world. Big Brother Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen with a teasing look and said, You say, the so-called strongest 8th-grade alchemist in the spiritual world, when it is known that the medicinal pills refined by him are all inferior to medicinal dregs, where will his face be? Yang Chen was depressed for a while. According to what Big Brother Li Cheng said, he was afraid that he would really make people laugh to death. Fortunately, Yang Chen was not that kind of dogmatic person. Nourishing the alchemy furnace was nourishing the alchemy furnace, and alchemy was alchemy, they were two different things. Yang Chen was not so bad that he could not distinguish between using a 3-star alchemy furnace that had not been nourished enough at the important moment. Chapter 25-26. After getting Big Brother Li Cheng's guidance, Yang Chen did not waste it. He used the most cautious attitude to refine a furnace of the most basic foundation elixir on the spot in front of big brother Li Cheng. Moreover, when refining the elixir, Yang Chen used the ordinary alchemy furnace that he exchanged with his disciple Mo Chunmai, instead of the 3-star alchemy furnace. When refining the elixir, Yang Chen also carefully controlled the fire and carefully selected the fire seed. These two things were easy to do, but not to concentrate and seal the medicinal herbs in the elixir, but to disperse it to the entire alchemy furnace. This completely opposite technique was not so easy. Even Yang Chen was severely reprimanded by big brother Li Cheng several times during the process of refining the elixir. After making a few small mistakes, he mastered this abnormal technique. After the elixir was formed, he barely got the nod of big brother Li Cheng. Although the refining process was reversed, everything before and the part of collecting the elixir were normal. Therefore, the appearance of the refined elixir was still extremely beautiful. At first glance, it was a good elixir. Yang Chen took the refined foundation elixir and ate one. He finally understood what big brother Li Cheng meant when he said that the elixir's medicinal effect was worse than the medicinal dregs. No matter how good the appearance of the elixir was, it could not hide the medicinal effect of the medicinal dregs. Moreover, it was the dregs of the failed refining. However, this reverse method of refining elixir gave Yang Chen a different kind of understanding, which was unexpected to Yang Chen. To be honest, Yang Chen's current alchemy technique had almost reached the limit that he could comprehend at this level of cultivation. It could be said that for a long time, Yang Chen's level of alchemy would not have much improvement. At most, he could know more elixir recipes and refine more complicated elixirs. He could even simplify some complicated elixir recipes to a certain extent, but that was all. But in reverse, refining elixir made Yang Chen suddenly discover a wider world. The purpose was completely opposite. It was simply to let him re-examine his own alchemy level from another direction. How to seal the medicinal properties was a normal method and thinking. But when everything was reversed, his vision was immediately different. Yang Chen could even re-understand the shortcomings of the technique when condensing the medicinal properties from his own method of distributing the medicinal properties. Which steps were not accurate enough and which process was not meticulous enough. This was something that he would not have thought of in the past. According to this situation, Yang Chen estimated that his alchemy level would definitely improve again in a short period of time. Yang Chen is now regarded as the intermediate level of the 8th grade alchemist master, but now it seems that reaching the peak level of the 8th grade alchemist master is not too far away. As for breaking through to the realm of a 9th grade alchemist, Yang Chen was not arrogant to that extent. Before he became a perfected golden immortal, he didn't even need to think about it. When he understood this, Yang Chen almost couldn't help but jump up. Luckily, he had already returned to the governor's manor and didn't allow his big brother Li Cheng to see this. Now Yang Chen was not sure. He didn't know if this was because big brother Li Cheng accidentally told him the method after he got the 3-star alchemy furnace, or if he had premeditated to remind himself in this way. Yang Chen would rather believe that it was the former. After all, big brother Li Cheng couldn't expect that he could get a 3-star alchemy furnace that had been abandoned for a long time. Although Yang Chen had realized that the immortal beheading stage was a worldly possession and not worth his attention and loss of self-control, the first thing Yang Chen did when he came out of the Dragon Palace was to refine the immortal beheading stage at a close distance. Naturally, this kind of long-term and hard work was directly handed over to the second primordial spirit by Yang Chen. The primordial spirit of his own immortal beheading blade had already refined the immortal beheading stage of the mortal world and the spiritual world, so it was understandable to hand it over to the second primordial spirit. Moreover, this was a matter of increasing the power of the immortal beheading blade, so it was reasonable for the second primordial spirit to take over. As for Yang Chen himself, he sat on the immortal beheading stage for a period of time in a well-behaved manner. Since he was an official, he naturally had to put on a competent appearance, even if the immortal beheading stage hadn't been used for thousands of years. Sitting on the immortal beheading stage was definitely not because he was busy with official business, but because he was living in the governor's manor. Yang Chen's daily work was to first cultivate the golden body secret art, then use the universe treasure nurturing art to maintain his various magic treasures and the 3-star alchemy furnace. After that, he would use the 3-star alchemy furnace to concoct a batch of pills. Every day, Yang Chen would only concoct a batch of pills, which were the most basic pills concocted using medicinal herbs. Almost all of them were the simplest pills in the mortal world, used to nourish the 3-star alchemy furnace. Every day, he would only concoct one batch of pills. This was also to give the alchemy furnace time to slowly absorb the medicinal properties and recover. In addition, every time Yang Chen concocted a different pill, so that the medicinal properties of different medicinal herbs could seep into the 3-star alchemy furnace. This was also a simple small balance, so that the 3-star alchemy furnace would not only absorb a limited number of medicinal herbs and cause imbalance. Even sometimes, some of the more rare medicinal herbs Yang Chen would directly refine into a medicinal liquid for the alchemy furnace to absorb. Life entered a calm rhythm, which was actually the life of the vast majority of cultivators in the immortal world. The Zhao family's activities in the immortal world had almost no clues, and the immortal world had not yet reached the point of panic. In the calm life, the biggest ups and downs of the mood were the group of heavenly soldiers on the immortal beheading stage. The 5 revolutions inner sensing pill given by Yang Chen was definitely a panacea that could make people feel pain, but at the same time, it was indeed a medicinal pill that could play a wonderful role in stimulating the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman. After being tortured by the inner sensing pill, the first thing these heavenly soldiers experienced was the basic role of the inner sensing pill and a thorough understanding of the inside of their bodies. Unfortunately, the efficacy of the 5 revolutions inner sensing pill in this regard was limited, far less than the later internal sensing liquid, and it was not very useful for these true immortals. What really worked was the pain and torture brought by the magnification of the senses, which was indeed an excellent aid to enhance the body refining technique of the yellow turban strongman. In a short period of 1 year, all the heavenly soldiers in the immortal beheading stage, the realm of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was raised by a small realm on average. In the end, the 5 revolutions inner sensing pill had little effect on them. Even so, it was only a small realm improvement, but it was enough to make these heavenly soldiers overjoyed. Almost all the cultivators in the immortal world knew how difficult it was to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Yang Chen just gave them a simple medicinal pill, which made them have such an effect. They didn't dare to think about it before. Soon, the tempering effect of the inner sensing pill on the yellow turban strongman body refining technique began to spread among the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the immortal world. Alchemists everywhere received a large number of orders to refine this kind of immature medicinal pill of the demon realm. Chapter 25-27. The inner sensing pill was not a rare medicinal pill. The pill recipe was also easy to get from the monster race. The refining technique was even simpler. The worst alchemist in the immortal world was also a 7th-grade alchemist master. It was really easy to refine such a simple 5th-grade inner sensing pill. The 5th-grade refining was the limit that Yang Chen could bear based on his own situation. If it was a higher grade, the painful upgrade effect brought by the inner sensing pill would no longer be tolerated by normal cultivators, unless it was the upgraded version of the internal sensing liquid after removing the pain and hearing. However, the internal sensing liquid was useful for the cultivators below the true immortal realm to explore the defects in their bodies, and it had little to do with the cultivation of the body refining technique. However, what surprised many yellow turban warriors was that the inner sensing pill was indeed useful, but no matter how high their body refining technique was, they could only use the 4th-grade inner sensing pill at the beginning. If they used the 5th-grade inner sensing pill directly, it would only take a few breaths of time and they would definitely be stunned by the huge heartbeat. Although the effect was definitely not as good as the 5th-grade inner sensing pill, it could still play a certain tempering role for the yellow turban warriors. Many cultivators began to wonder why the yellow turban warriors of the immortal beheading stage could directly use the 5th-grade inner sensing pill, but they could only use the 4th-grade inner sensing pill. Because of the efficacy of the pill, they were a bit lower than those cultivators. It was really not reconciled. The interested people quickly understood the mystery of it. The inner sensing pills were all inner sensing pills, but the difference was that these inner sensing pills of the immortal beheading stage were personally refined by Yang Chen, and the ones used by the yellow-turbaned strongmen outside were refined by other alchemy masters in the immortal world. It was incredible that there were several ninth-grade alchemist masters among them, but the effect was not as good as Yang Chen, a little guy who had just ascended. Of course, Yang Chen himself knew that it was a fluke. Those 5th-grade inner sensing pills were refined by Yang Chen in the spiritual world, and it was still the result of using the merit chapter, so the hearing was shielded a lot. In fact, the pill recipe was the same. Some people suspected that Yang Chen had changed the pill recipe, but no one had evidence. Yang Chen himself would not be stupid enough to say it, so naturally it gave people a mysterious feeling. Fortunately, in any case, the 4th-grade inner sensing pill was also effective. And with the increase in the number of 4th-grade inner sensing pills, those yellow-turban strongmen could gradually adapt to some 5th-grade inner sensing pills. Because of Yang Chen's small accident of roping in the immortal slaying platform's heavenly soldiers, it caused the cultivators of the yellow turban warriors in the entire immortal world to collectively increase by a small realm on average, which was also a not small story. This was because the realm of Yang Chen's own cultivation of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique had not spread to the outside world, so it did not cause greater waves. Otherwise, a little golden immortal who had just ascended had achieved the realm of the heaven-raising strength. If people knew about it, they would be shocked to the ground. However, because of this small matter, many cultivators in the immortal world who were not interested in the little guys who had just ascended became interested in Yang Chen, the alchemist. It was rare to see a little guy who could beat several famous 9th-grade alchemists. At least on the path of alchemy, not many people dared to despise Yang Chen. Outside, because of a trivial inner sensing pill, there were waves, but inside the immortal slaying platform was still a calm scene. The heavenly soldiers were very energetic in their cultivation these days, and they were full of energy. The immortal slaying platform has not received a red mission for many years, and there was nothing to do on weekdays. Yang Chen was also happy to be quiet. He cultivated and refined, he was very comfortable. However, the peaceful days were still broken by a sudden accident. It was Yang Chen who had an accident, to be exact, it was Yang Chen's second primordial spirit. During these days, the second primordial spirit has been slowly refining the main body of the immortal slaying platform and has not caused any trouble at all. But even so, the accident still happened. Now the refining of the second primordial spirit was just a simple connection with the immortal slaying platform. It was the same nature as the initial refining of the entrance of the immortal slaying platform by Yang Chen. However, because the main body of the immortal slaying platform is relatively large and it is still in the immortal world, it is very difficult to refine it. After a few years, the second primordial spirit has only completed less than 30% of the initial refining. There are no outsiders here all year round. Yang Chen's refining was all smooth, but yesterday, the second primordial spirit noticed that something was wrong. During the refining, the second primordial spirit was sensitive to the consciousness of resistance in the immortal slaying platform, which was resisting its own refining. After discovering this, not only the second primordial spirit, but even the third primordial spirit and Yang Chen's body were shocked. Back in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already subconsciously thought that the immortal slaying platform would definitely belong to him. Even in the face of the temptation of many treasures, Yang Chen had refined the immortal slaying saber into his own Dharma treasure. He did not expect that when he was the closest to success in the immortal world, the immortal slaying platform would have a consciousness of resistance. How is this possible? The upheaval in the heavenly court has not exceeded 3,500 years. During this period, the only person who has entered the immortal slaying platform and walked out was Yang Chen, and he had entered as an executioner. No matter how powerful the other people were, even if they were famous figures like the 3 pure Tao fathers and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, there would only be one result when they entered. They would be beheaded and turned into heavenly essence pills. Are there living things in the immortal slaying platform now? Yes. Yang Chen was sure of this. When he was in the spiritual realm, Yang Chen tricked several arrogant guys into entering the immortal slaying platform from the Valley of No Return, which was also the place where the immortal slaying platform threw the corpses. However, these guys who entered the immortal slaying platform from this entrance only had one result. They were directly imprisoned by the immortal slaying platform, waiting for the executioner to enter and behead them. Not to mention that the strongest of them was only at the level of a golden immortal. Even if they were real innumerable tribulation true immortals, there was only one way to go after entering the immortal slaying platform. The immortal slaying platform itself did not have a consciousness of resistance. Even if it did, it could only be because the immortal slaying saber did not cooperate. But as early as in the mortal world, Yang Chen had already subdued the immortal slaying saber. When refining the entrance of the immortal slaying platform and the place where the corpses were thrown, there was no obstacle at all. There had never been any resistance. Why did there suddenly appear a consciousness of resistance now? Fortunately, this consciousness of resistance only resisted the refinement of Yang Chen's second primordial spirit. There was no other big movement. Otherwise, the immortal slaying platform was still in the capital of the heavenly court. Once something happened, it would definitely attract the attention of the entire heavenly court. Then, it would be impossible for Yang Chen to refine it unknowingly. After a careful examination, Yang Chen did not find any problem in the process of refining the second primordial spirit. When he was about to further examine the immortal slaying platform, something unexpected happened. Chapter 25-28. An incomparably ferocious killing intent appeared out of nowhere and firmly enveloped Yang Chen. To be honest, Yang Chen had been through many fights and had seen many opponents with violent killing intents. However, he had never seen an opponent with such a strong killing intent. If Yang Chen had to find an analogous opponent, perhaps only the killing intent released by the immortal beheading blade could compete with this killing intent. What shocked Yang Chen even more was that Yang Chen couldn't find the source of this killing intent no matter how hard he tried. The most likely reason was that this killing intent burst out from the immortal beheading stage. If it was only the killing intent, Yang Chen wouldn't be afraid. In terms of killing intent, Yang Chen had never seen anything more ferocious than the immortal beheading stage. Not to mention that Yang Chen had absorbed the killing intent of so many executioners on the immortal beheading stage. If he took it out, it wouldn't be weaker than any cultivator. This was the source of Yang Chen's confidence. However, the opponent didn't just attack with killing intent. In the next moment, Yang Chen's Tai Chi Golden Ball was activated to the highest level by Yang Chen. Even Kwa Yi's secret skill was activated to the highest level. Incidentally, he even raised the immortal beheading blade in front of him. Ding! A light sound, like the sound of a needle falling on metal in the middle of the night, was very light and powerless. That was the result of the unknown opponent's magic treasure directly piercing into the blade of Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade. Whether it was Yang Chen's Tai Chi Golden Ball or Kwa Yi's secret skill at the highest level, under this seemingly light attack of the opponent, they were like the weakest piece of paper, easily broken through by the opponent. Before the Tai Chi Golden Ball could even make a cracking sound, the blade of Yang Chen's immortal beheading blade was pierced. Fortunately, Yang Chen used the immortal beheading saber's blade to block it in time. The immortal beheading saber, which was fused with the diamond chakram's material, was able to withstand the opponent's stab. However, Yang Chen, who had already reached the third level of Kwa Yi's secret knowledge, couldn't even fight against this seemingly illusory attack launched by the enemy with the power of the immortal beheading blade. His entire body was pushed up into the air, and was uncontrollably pushed backward by that needle-tip-sized weapon. The paper-thin blade of the beheading immortal blade was accurately pierced by the opponent's magic weapon. Or in other words, Yang Chen's reaction was fast enough to accurately slash the spikes. At the moment when the magic weapons of the two sides came into contact, Yang Chen even heard a little bit of an auditory hallucination that was almost weak to the extreme. The other party's magic treasure was simply too powerful. Even the golden Tai Chi sphere, a defensive magic treasure that Yang Chen used to protect himself, was pierced through. It did not even slow him down for a moment. Not only that needle-tip-thin magic treasure was so sharp that it was even about to pierce into the blade of the immortal beheading saber. This was completely beyond Yang Chen's expectation. Who could think that even a magic treasure as powerful as the immortal beheading saber couldn't compete with the opponent? This was not because Yang Chen was weak, but because the opponent was too powerful. Judging from the power of this move, Yang Chen estimated that the opponent must be at least a top-grade innumerable tribulation true immortal. The opponent's magic treasure was even more powerful than Yang Chen's. Compared with Yang Chen's infant magic treasures, which had been refined for less than 4,000 years, the opponent was simply bullying the weak. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian's sudden appearance gave Yang Chen a little bit of resistance. The abruptly improved power of the immortal beheading saber blocked the needle-tip-thin magic treasure, not letting it pierce into the immortal beheading saber. It even had a little bit of power to fight back. If Yang Chen was a little bit stronger, the immortal beheading saber might be able to cut into the spikes instead. "What I hate the most is you bastards of the Dragon Clan," a clear but murderous voice came into Yang Chen's ears. The voice was not high, but it was extremely clear. The disgust from the bottom of his heart was not concealed. He felt that the owner of this voice had a deep hatred with the Dragon Clan. Yang Chen didn't care whether the owner of this voice hated himself or Xiao Tian at this time. No matter which one it was, Yang Chen was the enemy of the other party. Yang Chen certainly wouldn't give up Xiao Tian just because the other party hated the Dragon Clan. Therefore, this guy who came out inexplicably must be the enemy of Yang Chen. Such a powerful enemy, Yang Chen didn't even know the identity of the other party. The only thing that was certain was that the opponent's cultivation was very high, so high that even Yang Chen's previous life couldn't reach it. As for where such a powerful enemy came from, Yang Chen could only guess at this time that it was inside the Immortal Executioner platform. But how the enemy hid in the Immortal Executioner platform was still a mystery. Yang Chen needed time to ask elder brother Li Cheng. However, if he couldn't get through this, not to mention asking elder brother Li Cheng, he wouldn't even have a life. The other party only used one attack magic weapon, and Yang Chen's trump card was used up. This was still barely maintaining a tie for a moment. He believed that if he persisted for a few more times, Yang Chen was afraid that he would have to admit defeat. It was not a shame that his cultivation base was inferior to the opponent's. Yang Chen did not have the stubborn temperament of facing this level of opponent. If he couldn't win, he would run. Yang Chen was still very clear about this. In the face of the pressure of that spike, Yang Chen could barely maintain it with the immortal beheading blade. He had to use the third primordial spirit and borrow the power of the mountain river geographical map. No matter how strong the opponent was, in the face of the collective attack of billions of cultivators, it would not feel good. Gong Sunling was aware of her husband's crisis when the third primordial spirit moved, and let go of the control of the mountain river geographical map without thinking about it. The next moment, Yang Chen's figure disappeared and entered the mountain river geographical map. Insignificant skill, the other party's contemptuous voice once again passed into Yang Chen's ears. Then Yang Chen was surprised to find that his own people were in the mountain river geographical map, but the other party's spiked magic weapon had also entered the mountain river geographical map, and still maintained the situation with the immortal beheading blade. However, this situation was completely broken in the next moment. The combined power of billions of experts in the mountain river geographical map directly knocked the opponent's magic weapon out. The terrifying force that had been pressing on Yang Chen's body finally disappeared, and Yang Chen's whole body relaxed. However, this relaxation was only for a moment. The spike had just retreated, and a red shadow, like a long red snake, swept towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. This was the mountain river geographical map. Under the control of the third primordial spirit, Yang Chen could go wherever he wanted, no matter how strong the other party's magic weapon was. Could it catch up with this kind of spatial teleportation? But as soon as Yang Chen stood still, his face immediately changed. The red shadow that came out of nowhere, unexpectedly caught up with him by some unknown method, still maintained the posture of wanting to wrap up Yang Chen, and flew over without giving up. What kind of opponent was this? Yang Chen also secretly cursed in his heart. Inexplicably appearing, Yang Chen didn't even know why. Was it an expert of the Zhao family?